Here we go again. Oh shit, here we go again. There he is, my boy. Lucien, the second Lord. The last Lord. The last living Lord. Welcome to the stream. Doing a Wild RP stream. I've been back on Wild RP for about a week or so. I've got a couple of new characters. I haven't played any of the old ones. Lucien, Rufus is dead. But I haven't played Tar. I won't be playing anymore like Bentley, and I won't be playing. Well, we'll see. I guess with some of the others, like Macintosh. Thanks for the subs, Twice, Eamon. What's up, boys? Hi, Alex. Hi, Prince Arthur. Hi, Disby. Me, Disby, and Biz will be doing something at some point. I'm not sure if I'll stream it. Yeah, so the plan here today, I'm playing this new character called Lucien, who, if anybody recalls, or like, you know, future VOD watchers and stuff, last year I played a criminal called Rufus. This is his cousin, Lucien, who he actually came to the crossing to search for Rufus. He was trying to find this estranged cousin. He didn't really know him very well, but the two of them are related, and he wanted to find this. All of Rufus's family were killed when he was younger, and that made him go crazy, and he was just an insane person, just a complete menace. Eventually, he was part of the Dead End Kids, he was part of the Summers gang, and he was part of his own gang, which included Hawk and Charlie, played by Leah and Orkish, and Faye's character was with us a couple times. Hi Felix, thanks for the 65 months. And Rufus came to a bloody end. He was gunned down by the Summers gang eventually, and yeah. So then I have this new character that I'm playing, and the point of Lucien is that he's kind of the opposite of Rufus. He's a good guy, he's good-natured. He's not like kind of crazy and evil. He genuinely is compassionate and understanding and empathetic. And he's quite young. He's 20. He's 3 years younger than Rufus. But he's quite alone. He doesn't have any family or friends really. And the story so far for Lucien, I'll tell you what, let's do that. Let's do the story so far for Lucien, because this is the appropriate time to do it. I'm streaming this because thanks Felix. Damn son. The fuck, what is that? Just to entice me to stream more at this time of day. It is a Sunday though, isn't it? There's a thing going on the server tonight for like a murder mystery or something like that, but I'm not a part of that officially. I need to fix that video, don't I? I'm massively underprepared for this. Like, that's my old Wild RP video, and it seems to be fucked or broken in some way. I knocked up some AI art of Lucien earlier on. I did have to Photoshop it a little bit. I had to give him a scar. He's got a scar on his nose. But yeah, I found in the past, when I make new characters that I intend to play sort of for a decent amount of time, long term, I always regret not streaming the beginning of their story, because like, you can jump into Wild RP whenever and pick up what's going on, but sometimes I think it's nice to be able to go back and see where they came from and their origins and stuff. And I always find myself regretting not streaming the first few sessions with a character or any very significantly important things. You can't always tell when something important will happen in roleplay, but yeah, I figured it's probably a good idea that I stream the beginning of his story. I've been playing on Lucien for about a week, but he hasn't done a huge amount directly. And I'll give you the story so far for Lucien from birth to now as a kind of an overview and how he links to Rufus. I did explain it a little bit on this morning's stream, but for those of you that are coming in late, or a lot of people watch Wild RP VODs and stuff, so I mean there are still people that come in and message me about the VODs and things. I've got a loose wire under my desk and it's really annoying. I haven't got my face cam set up, like the webcam's off, and so I can't. I'm just gonna leave it on this screen for a minute. So Lucien is 3 years younger than Rufus, though they were born in the same place in Moorgate in London in 1882, I think, unless the server has gone forward a year. I'm not sure what year it is in the server, but if I'm working it out correctly, that's where he was born. His parents are Stanley and Lucille, and he's the only son. He's got it's 1902, so that makes him 20. So we need to knock it back a year, I think. He's coming up to 21. He's got no siblings, and he goes to school. Like the Lucien goes to a Charterhouse boys' school. Good attendance, good grades. He's smart, well behaved, shows up, good kid. When he's 7, his uncle and his aunt and all of his cousins were killed in a fire, and that is Rufus's family. However, his uncle, Rufus's father, and his father, Lucien's father, don't speak. They're not close. They're estranged. However, Lucien's father inherits a good sum of money from his wealthier brother, and Lucien has no relationship with Rufus and has never met these family members, but Rufus is sent to live with their grandmother in Stratford. So Lucien finally meets his estranged cousin when Lucien is 7 and Rufus is 10. And Lucien just kind of thinks he's kind of an odd kid. But Lucien doesn't have any siblings and stuff, so he kind of spends a bit of time with him, looks up to him a little bit. And at 12, a few years later, Lucien and Rufus's grandma dies. Rufus is sent to Stratford Boys' Home with a bunch of other teens, and Lucien doesn't see him for like 4 more years. So Lucien is 17 now. His dad has spent the entire inheritance that he got gambling. The family are left poverty-stricken. Lucien, in a bid to get a respectable job, applies to become a police officer with the Metropolitan Police in London, but he lies on the application and says that he's 20 years old. And you have to be between 20 and 27 to apply, I think, in 1900s. So Lucien begins the training, completes the first round of test, and then one afternoon at a local police station in Victoria, he sees a young man that's brought in, and he's like kicking, he's screaming and spitting, he's covered in blood and cuts. And Lucien recognizes that this is Rufus. And if anyone has ever seen the random clips of like Rufus when he was like going completely insane, you know what I mean? Like that's what Lucien sees, because a lot of people only saw that part. Hi Andy. A lot of people only saw that part of Rufus, like the completely insane side of him. You should be okay, PB, because Lucien doesn't know shit about Rufus. This is all old Rufus stuff. So Lucien tries to like get to know Rufus. He's like gets to like while this is happening, there's this insane like individual who's been accused of all these knife crimes, and Lucien is like, that's my older cousin Rufus. But the police know how old Rufus is, so a detective figures out that if that's his older cousin, then Lucien can literally only be a teenager. So Lucien loses track of Rufus during this processing, and he is removed from the application process that allows him to join the police. And he doesn't see Rufus ever again. A couple of years later, his dad dies. A year after that, his mum dies. And Lucien's been working at a fish market, saving money, and is just regretful and kind of depressed. And bear in mind, this is a young character. He's 20, so I'm trying to get into the head of that kind of young man. I know all of Lucien's kind of... I know all of his like flaws and shit, but he doesn't. So Lucien turns 20, reapplies with the job, reapplies to the Met, and they're like not too sure about what to do about him because of his previous false application. But they do question him on Rufus, because now Rufus is like an insanely wanted criminal along with these people like Hawk and Charlie and shit. So Lucien is like, I have no idea what the fuck all this is about. But with no other family, Lucien is like, I'm gonna try and figure out where he is. And hoping against hope that he can help Rufus, who Lucien just projects at this point, believing he's just a misunderstood individual who needs a family member of his own to set him on the right path. So he goes around for a while in London looking into Rufus, does his own detective work trying to find him. Eventually he finds some clues, spends the last of his savings on passage to New York. Gets to New York, would have been earlier on this year. Inquires with local law, finds a wanted poster, tracks Rufus to Saints Crossing, finds a young man who is like, oh, that's the guy who threw McGregor off a cliff. So Lucien is like, what the fuck? Okay. Tries to find McGregor, and that's pretty much what I've been doing all week, was trying to find McGregor, because it's the only lead I had to Rufus. So in character, I've been going around asking a bunch of people. Eventually I managed to get a deputy to contact McGregor, and you can watch Orkish's channel for when Lucien meets McGregor, but essentially he goes up to him and he's like, I'm looking for Rufus, he's my cousin. I don't know anything about him, but I'm trying to find him anyway. And McGregor is like, oh, that guy's dead. And then Rufus is like, well, I have nothing to do. I have nothing. I have no family. I have no friends. I have no job, no place. And this is the diverging point, you know, like Lucien and Rufus both are extremely lonely individuals. But Rufus took it out on the world, whereas Lucien, I think I had Lucien write down in his diary that, like, I am alone, so I might as well help others. And that's what he wants to do, because he's kind of on his own. So I spoke to Sheriff Hart, and Sheriff Hart said, I'll get you a bunch of paperwork, and if you want to consider it, you can maybe look into starting a new life. This is the land of second chances. And Lucien is like, okay, maybe I'll do that. And for the last few days, Lucien has been mulling that over. I've had him kind of wandering around Blackwater, just kind of trying to figure out what he wants to do with his life. And then there's the out of character process. So there was an out of character process to apply for law. And so I did all of that stuff. And now I have to, in character, apply to law officially, which is what we're doing today. And I'm not 100% sure what any of it is. I genuinely don't really know how any of law works and stuff, but you do you do a while as a cadet, basically. I think it's like a week or something like that. You play as a cadet, which isn't even a deputy. Like, I have no power. If something pops off, I just have to run away and shit. So I don't think it will be like necessarily exciting or fun. I'm not sure. I don't know what it is, but I've always wanted to do a law character. I always said that I wanted to do a civ, then a crim, then a law character, because it felt like the most appropriate track to go through in the on the server, because you don't want to be I want to know what the server is like. I want to feel what the lay of the land is. I want to understand the ecosystem of how this server works before I do something like hi Specky, before I do something like law. So while I haven't played on Wild RP for a while, you know, for the most part it was a bit like riding a bike. There's been a few changes to the server since I last played. They're all like, there's like a lot of jobs and shit you can do now, which is really fun. Yeah, so I've been kind of just like getting used, refamiliarizing myself with everything, and that's it, man. That's him. Yeah, that's the boy. Yeah, so what I have there, so I took Rufus's picture and I blended it with another one, to make him kind of Rufus-y, because they do look similar, but Rufus was very thin and very like kind of scary and haggard looking. Like Rufus didn't eat a lot and stuff like that, because Rufus underneath it all was a self-harmer, as one of his many things, whereas Lucien isn't. Lucien eats. He can look after himself. I've generally got him as a really well put together young man, because that's the kind of lore character I'd like to play. So he's a good-natured, well put together, educated kid. He just has no experience with the Wild West. He has no experience really as a lore officer, and that's really just to help reflect my role play, because I have genuinely got no idea what this is like. He's not a secret psycho. No, he's not. I promise. He's literally a kind of he's meant to be the opposite of Rufus in almost every way. The only thing they have in common is their last name and a sort of deep-rooted loneliness. Yeah, and that's it really. Other than that, he's kind of a blank sheet, because I like to play characters that don't have anything going on, because I want to create all those storylines now. So I haven't met anyone that really knew Rufus apart from McGregor. I don't know what the hell happens. Lucien, we all know Rufus and we all know what he was like and stuff, but Lucien actually doesn't. Lucien has had almost no time with Rufus. He knew him somewhat as a young man, and he saw one glimpse of him a few years ago, being arrested and for horrible violent crimes. But Lucien is certainly not like that. So that's it. That's all I've got going on. That's the introduction to the character, and that is all I've prepared for. There he is, the boy, Lucien. And by the way, he is standing next to Rufus. I still have Rufus. There he is, the little bastard. And if I put the Rufus hair on Lucien, they do actually look really similar, but they also look different enough, I think. Again, younger. Rufio. Hello, Orkesh, just in time. Here's a sort of artist mock-up of how he kind of looks to me. He does have a scar across his nose. Liquid. So yeah, that's it. I'm gonna jump in. If you enjoy the stream or whatever. Again, I won't be streaming constantly, but I do like to stream the beginning of a character so that everyone knows who it is and when they pop up, and you can jump around on the has route and things like that. So yeah, let's get into it and figure out how this all works. In sort of living in black water. His coat on. We back in black water. So the process from this point onwards is that I need to contact the sheriff. So I'm gonna go to the end of the street and summon up my horse. And then I'll probably go down to the sheriff's office, and if there isn't one there, I'll telegram. Have you gotten used to shooting your gun again? You're getting quite good at it. Yeah, I got good at fighting, and I actually can't remember how to fight for shit. I literally can't even remember how to melee. Yeah, I've done a bit of shooting. I went and tried to shoot some like rabbits and shit like that. The first shot I made was incredible. You were there, Disby, when I literally pulled the gun out. I think you were there, and I just shot a creature. And it was like a perfect headshot, and I couldn't believe it. I was like, oh my, I literally basically broke character because I was absolutely losing my mind. But since then, I've missed every shot I've made. I sort of remember, it's weird because the way that you do it on this, you'll notice there's no reticle. So you have to aim at the center of the screen. So the center, but if you look, he's not in the center of the screen. He is to the left of the center of the screen. So it's just kind of like the center of the screen is sort of over his right shoulder, like half an inch or something on my screen. Is about there, I think. But it doesn't help much. I can't pull my gun out in town, but when you pull your gun out and aim, it completely changes where it is. So it's a little bit of like practice, a bit. I'm going to quickly eat some food. What kind of horse does he have? This is just a temporary horse. All of my horses are going to be called Blake. Those who know, know. But I think I'm going to get a foxtrotter when I get the money. I've been saving up a bit. I think it's all in the bank, but I can't afford one yet. Do I need to like log in on this thing now? I guess I do. Hang on. There's a cadet channel I need to log into. I'm not used to it. Like, this is the side of stuff that I'm not used to at all. I've never had any sort of official position on Wild RP. I've just been civs and crims and shit. And obviously you follow the rules, but beyond that, there's like all this stuff you have to do, and I'm like slightly overwhelmed by it all, which is a part of the cadet training phase, but and Lucien is quite well spoken, by the way. He's rather well spoken. He speaks quite comfortably. And if he's not too sure, he goes a little Hugh Grant. Is that supposed to be open? I must say, Murgles, I do say, did we just fall in love? Hello? I do say, I don't think that's supposed to be left lying open like that. Might be a glitch. I can't tell if I can actually, like maybe it's actually closed and it's just open for me. Johnny? There's also some sort of event happening tonight that is like a murder mystery thing or something like that. A bit later on. You almost do the XQC. Let's quickly see how much money I do have, because I've been literally just a lot of the interesting thing with being new to the server and also not being on stream, because I haven't streamed any of it or anything like that, is that I have absolutely no friends, no contacts, nothing. So I've got nothing to do on the server. I got £706. So all I've been doing is like chopping wood, because there's all these like new jobs and stuff. They're really good. I've been doing chopping wood, collecting tobacco, orange runs, all those kinds of things. And there's like all sorts of shit you can do. You can get crates of stuff now. I left just before they updated the telegrams. So even the telegrams are kind of new looking to me. Let alone all the other stuff. We tried doing herding cattle and I've never, literally, it was the most impossible thing ever. It was hilarious. Me, Disby and Diz were trying to herd these cattle and it just didn't fucking work. And when Tar got to like 1,000 in 6 months. Oh, Tar is absolutely rich as shit, man. It's so tempting to log into Tar and just like dump a load of money in a box and have my other character walk past and be like, oh, what on earth? Oh, how surprising. Obviously, I would never do that. That's insane. But yeah, Tar's got loads of money in gems and shit. He was fucking minted by the end. I mean, he's still minted. He's out there. I haven't logged into him or anything yet. So I need to compose a telegram from Lucien Lorde, and my telegram number, Jesus, what is it? Is TK535. Wish my telegram was the other one. My other character got the best telegram ever. He's got 777s as his telegram number. And the recipient is Law. Just Law like that, Johnny. Cadet interview. Good afternoon. I am sending this telegram to inform. What the hell does he even say here? Like, what am I doing? An SCSD sheriff. The 2 R's. That 2 words. No, they won't give a fucking shit, by the way. They won't even read it. That I am available at any time for my cadet interview. That would be SCSD cadet interview, wouldn't it? My application process has been submitted and approved. Thank you so much for your time. Yours, Lucien Lorde. Good afternoon. I'm sending this telegram to inform an SCSD sheriff or under-sheriff that I'm available anytime for my SC cadet interview. My application process has been submitted and approved. Thank you so much for your time. Yours, Lucien Lorde. That's fine, right? And then that will be in the thing. Maybe I should put it in here as well. TK535. With kind regards. Is that what you want? I'll do that for you. With kind regards, Lucien Lorde. Recipient Law. Shut the fuck up. I'm nervous enough. Are we going to interview first or get robbed for? I can't believe I haven't been robbed yet. I'm waiting to get robbed by... I'm like literally waiting for like Edwin to ride past and be like, but I can't be. I can't be. Rufio, I can't be. You know. Gavin Summers reaches up from the dirt. You fucking cunt! Like, I'm afraid I must say, I should say, I'm not who you think I am. I guess we'll go and do something. How do... I don't even know. I don't know what to do. The voice breaking, yeah. My favorite Gavin Summers moment. After all of the stuff that Gavin Summers did to make himself the biggest, baddest motherfucker this world ever seen, and he's remembered for literally voice crack. It's the worst thing ever. I've done it so many times when I've been DMing as well for D&D. Where I'll introduce the big bad evil guy. I'm like, and now you understand. Everything you have worked for was folly. You are nothing in this life. I shall end this world with the snap of my fingers, and there is nothing you can do about it. Oh, fucking Christ. And in the back of my head, I'm like, oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Ruined it. Ruined completely. Might as well just end the campaign. Or like I'll forget a word or something. I'll be like, and so you see. So you see. It annoys me so much. Nothing you can do about it. It's arguably worse on these servers as well because you are literally talking for so much longer some nights. Like, you'll be talking for like 8 hours straight. Oh my good God. That could have been deadly. But, you know when you're like, okay, check. So the road coming up to a T-junction, you know, well, it's not a T-junction. So what is that type of junction? An L? No. What is that? It is a T-junction. It's just an odd angle. You're like, okay, so you can go forwards and right. Didn't look left. Oh, carriage. Months of roleplay leading up to the scene, yeah. Gavin was at least far more intimidating to Rufus than Jack Kelman. But Gavin wasn't built up to be like really scary. Gavin was built up to be mine and Hawk's contact. And I meet him in jail, and he's just in this fucking cell like Hannibal Lecter. He's like, I've been in here for ages. It was so much more interesting to Rufus. But then me, Gavin, and the Dead End Kids and everyone, Rufus is running around with all these people. Everyone's telling him like, oh man, Jack Kettleman runs this place. He's so scary, he's so intimidating. He's the most baddest motherfucker in the world. And then I meet him. I'm with Gavin Summers, who Rufus is like, this guy's fucking pretty scary. And Rufus doesn't get scared of people exactly, but I mean, if he was scared of anyone. And then they meet Jack Kettleman, and Jack's literally standing there pissing his pants. And Rufus was like, what the fuck? Gavin's way more scary. But what a terrible shame. All that Gavin Summers hype thrown away over a voice crack. Took that #1 slot. There's no way they've responded yet, but just for the sake of not making them wait. Kind of horrific when you send a telegram and you know that, like, they are, like, someone's waiting on you somewhere. It just makes me not want to, like, get stuck into anything. But maybe I could do some fishing. No, not fishing. That's too long. It'll take too long. Fishmonger. Kindly deliver 25 wood shavings. What are wood shavings? Sticks? 10 churros. No idea how to make a churro. Planks. Don't know how to make planks. 6 burdock root. Don't know how to get that. I'll probably pick it up somewhere. 2 duck carcasses. No idea where to find ducks. Can't do any of those. But that's a new job board. So anyone who's literally like, oh, hey, Brad, you're back on Wild RP, and I haven't seen it since you left, which is no one. But this is how it works now. It's really cool. I really dig this new thing. And there's like, you take all of the places have different ones. It's made being just like solo, wandering around by myself on this character so much more interesting. Like, massive improvement for the Civ stuff. But I can't do any of those. I might be able to go and chop some wood. But I might just wander around instead and just keep checking my telegrams, because I don't know. I don't know if they're ever going to get... I don't know if they're like, oh yeah, we'll do that interview at some point, not bothered about it. Or if they're like, yeah, we'll do it now. And then they just sit there waiting for me to respond. I can't live like that. You know? I also only have a cattleman. And a knife. So, you know, not that it really matters. I can't imagine Lucien would ever draw it. Actually, he'd probably draw it if someone else was being threatened and there was no one else around. And it was like him. To be fair. But he ain't the best gun in the West because he's new to it. But Rufus was into knives and cutting stuff. Hi, Shaz. There you go. Got some late night streams for you, Shaz. You're welcome. Jesus Christ. Thanks for the 31 months. We never see Shazalenko. He's stuck watching the VODs every night unless I do a late stream. Yeah, Rufus was really into knives, so I've had Lucien. Lucien's kind of pragmatic, so I've had him kind of get used to wielding a gun because that's the way of the land. This person going around on that cart is freaking me out. Wish I was a deputy. So I could be like, what the fuck are you up to? I don't trust you. I'm checking. Let me check what's in that wagon, please. If you don't mind, I'd like to check what's in the wagon. Slash me is usually puts like bits of fingers. Like a bath full of fingers. You're like, ma'am? What is in the cart? What's in the box? Nosy deputy is a good deputy. Yeah. I don't really know what type of deputy he's going to be. Because I don't know what type of deputy I am. Like, I have no idea how they even do it. The whole thing seems incredibly overwhelming and terrifying, if I'm honest, but what else am I gonna do, you know? Hang out with my girlfriend in real life? Go see my friends in real... No. What else am I gonna do? Might as well learn how to be a fucking lawman. The perfect time to play Wild RP. I've got nothing else in my life. Which is perfect for me to play Lucien. He's completely alone in this world. Sheriff before McGregor. Easy. I mean, Lee is an under sheriff. He's already surpassed him. Guys, that guy's trash. McGregor. Stopping people on the road and asking them shit is the best way to do your job. Really? That's a thing I can do? I actually don't know what... I don't know if there's any, like, annoying things that we shouldn't do. That the thing that I get scared of is, like, there's a status quo that has been in existence for a long time on this server because the server's been around for ages and there's been law on the server the whole time, and there are like sheriffs that have been sheriffs from the beginning, and I'm gonna do like the most lame annoying thing and they're like you know, and you're like he doesn't know. Lucy doesn't know. Lucy doesn't know. The other thing with Wild RP that I like is I like just riding around in Red Dead Redemption. I fucking love it here. I love putting on a podcast and just doing this, riding around. I go from location. The jobs have made it so much more fun because you have to drop them off at places and then check that board and do a different job from that board and then do another job from another board. Just riding around is so relaxing. I've been doing it all week. Morning, noon, and night. McGregor is the longest standing lawman currently. Really? Of like regulars? Oh, that's embarrassing for you. You know what? Let's go. I've also, for the sake of, I kind of know my way around the server, and sometimes it's kind of hard to roleplay. You don't know where you're going when you're just like in something. So I've also been riding around on Lucien purely so that I can justify that Lucien generally knows where he's going. He knows the lay of the land. I actually kind of don't know the whole map though. Like, I'm not good with this area, and this area at all. So, because you're going to want to know the quickest route from A to B when you're like, when something's popping off. They're like, okay, Deputy Lord, you're leading the formation. We need to get to Tumbleweed, and I mean stat. And I'm going to be like, I do so wonder if it's left or right here. I can't say I really rightfully know. Which is a bit... The whole thing is incredibly intimidating, and I'm absolutely going to have a panic attack at least 3 times. Jesus Christ, dude, I'm going to stream more this time of night, dude. I've made bank. The fuck is this? I've got a raid? When do I ever get raids? This is amazing. I don't get raids or money in the middle of the day. The hell is this? I actually hate streaming at this time of night because I usually don't get the same amount of views as a day stream, and it fucks up my view averages throughout the month, and then I don't get any sponsors, and then I'm fucked. Good seeing you were training on that, yeah. Thanks, Anonymous. For Momanaps. Oh, I want to check my telegrams. Completely forgot that I was waiting around for a specific thing. Yeah, damn, son. Appreciate the gift subs, everyone. Yeah, the whole thing of joining Lore gives me such massive anxiety. It's crazy. Because I hate kind of not knowing what I'm doing a little bit, or at least or like looking like an idiot. No one in the whole world will give a shit. Now watch this. Lucien walks up. He's a good boy. A well-behaved young man. Can I have a button undone as Lore? What's the rules? I don't think I put a tie on him. Not sure how the mechanic works, but I think there's a way to know if you have a telegram. I don't think there is in this, is there? Oh, here we go. Sheriff Cameron. That's Yeka, right? Lorde, if you make your way to Rhodes, I'm currently available to conduct your interview. All right. I won't respond. I'll just go. There is no uniform. Ah, well, someone hasn't studied their cadet's handbook, because actually it says that you need to be dressed appropriately. I literally have never looked at that handbook. Print screen that, send it to staff. Print screen it, send it to staff. Is he dirty? No, he's clean. I was a cadet 2 years ago. Well, you should have read it 2 years ago. You just admitted that you didn't, so I will be writing you up on that. Oopsie. Goody two shoes, Lucy Lorde.
Don't quote the old magic to me, witch. I was there when it was written.
You know what I should have done? Is definitely telegrammed back. Because what if I get kidnapped? By the way, I am paranoid as shit that I'm gonna get kidnapped for some bullshit that Rufus did. Or if I run into Edwin, he's gonna kidnap me 100%. If I run into anyone, I don't know who's alive and who's not either. It's so fun because out of character I know fuck all about what the landscape of the server looks like. I don't know who's alive. I don't know who's dead. But I know Edwin's out there somewhere. I know the Wallaby Kid's out there somewhere. I don't know if any of the old Summers gang are around or if they all got fucking murdered. So I like, at any minute someone could be like, what's your name? And I'm like, oh, Lucien Lorde. And they're like, Lucien Lorde, and you look a bit like Rufus, and then immediately they're going to kidnap me, and then Sheriff Cameron is going to be like, unfortunately you missed your designated appropriate time for an interview, and your application has been rejected. And I'm like, should have telegrammed, because then at least they would have known that I was on my way. Got to get in the mind frame of Lucien Lorde. Not in the mind frame of some little idiot like Tar. I've not even seen Yeka's lore character. I know nothing about this. I hope it's just Tibbet in a Bobby uniform. Tibbet taught Rufus how to fight. Think about that. Tibbet taught Rufus how to fight. Cameron's gonna interview Lucien. Oh, it's Cameron interviewing me, not Bolton. Right, I gotta learn who everyone is. You know what's so intimidating is that as well. I thought there was a person up there that scared the shit out of me. Yeah, I can't remember anyone's names. And I need to remember all of these law people, and I don't know any of them. Cameron is the Scottish one. I still get people's names wrong. Dude, I was watching Orcus's stream, or your stream, someone's stream, and you were doing a gunfight, and someone kept calling you Bright. I think it was Marty. Maybe. And I was like, oh, dude, that's so gonna be me. It's unbelievable. You know? Please do watch out, Frankie. You're like, who the hell is that? I'll be like, oh, it's just a boy I knew at school. Francis. Does this mean I've become a law in roads? Oh yeah, no, they don't. I've seen your character. The only people I've really watched recently have been your second channel and Orcus's channel. To just kind of get an idea of what's going on, but without being too like annoying about it. I don't want to over-inform myself. Is it Sheriff or Under Sheriff Cameron? Good afternoon. Hello, I'm responding to a telegram from a Sheriff Cameron. My name's Lucien Lorde. I'm here for the Cadet interview. Yes, I filled out all of the application forms and such. A pleasure. Yes, I should hope so, at least. Very well, yes. Nosed. A delightful garden. Yeah, so what is that you're growing there? Carrots or potatoes? I haven't much of a green thumb, I'm afraid. I'm from the city. Oh, there you go, cabbage. Yes, yes, Lucien Lorde. Well, I suppose, where would you like me to begin? From the very, very beginning, or is there anything specific you'd like to... Yes, well, it's a rather Interesting story, I suppose, from a certain perspective. I was born in London 20 years ago in Moorgate. I'm not sure if you've spent time. A relatively dour area. I grew up. I attended school. I got relatively good grades and good attendance. I must admit, though, I attempted to join the Metropolitan Police in London. However, I was 3 years too young, and all cards on the table. I did falsely apply as a younger man in the hopes that they wouldn't pick up on the fact that I was in fact 17. Unfortunately, they did. It turns out that they're all rather smart detectives, and they're able to investigate these things. So I was removed from the process at the time. A few years later, I lost my parents, and found myself a little unsure of what steps to take in life next. There is an element to my family that brought me here. In fact, I have a cousin who, from what I understand, met his end here. Though I should say he was rather on the other side of the fence from which we're standing. He was known as a rather violent criminal, and I had hoped to perhaps understand him or even help him. His name was Rufus Lorde. From what I know, he was a slight menace. I rather hoped to find him and to speak to him or ideally help him, though I find myself rather too late. I spoke to a McGregor. I keep wanting to call him Detective Inspector, but he is, from what I understand, a sheriff or some such, a senior deputy. Yes, I'm trying to just familiarize myself with the hierarchy here. And yes, he informed me, unfortunately, that my cousin very likely has passed. And then when I was speaking to a Sheriff Hart in Blackwater, he said that this was the land of second chances and new starts and new beginnings. And I thought, well, perhaps if I travel all the way back to London and find that the Metropolitan aren't very interested in my services, then it would have been a wasted journey to come here. And he suggested that perhaps I look into joining the department out here and starting again. I can't say I have many family or friends remaining on either shores, so I applied, and that brings me here before you today. Yes, I must admit it was. I can't say that I knew him very well. His father and my father were brothers. His family were lost to a fire when I was very young, and he was sent to live with our grandmother. I knew him for a few years in passing when I would visit my grandmother, and when she passed, I would have been 12, Rufus would have been 15 or so. He was put into a boys' home, and I didn't see him again until several years later, while I was actually on the application process for the Metropolitan Police, when I spied him. He was under arrest. He was brought in, covered in blood and kicking and spitting and wild, and I attempted to speak with him, but I was unable to, and I didn't see him again. We were rather rather estranged. I had next to no relationship with him. However, he is the only other person who shares my last name, at least from our bloodline, and I suppose I'm the last one now. I've always found that I've always wanted to give back in some way. I'd like to help if I can in my line of work. There are lots of jobs available out there that a young man can do. I've worked as a fishmonger. I've chopped wood, and I've attempted to provide for my small family when I was younger. My parents were I suppose sick, and I wanted a way to earn my coin, but I also wanted to provide if I could. I have no siblings, and I had no close relatives, though of course we now know of Rufus, but at the time I had no real close family members, and I didn't really have any particularly close friends, so I found that rather than mull over my loneliness and take it personally, that it might be better for me to apply myself in such a way that I can help others. So I've always found that something like law enforcement has always appealed to me. I'm not exactly very good with understanding medicine. I tried to look into it a little. I studied. I went to a local library, and it didn't quite click with me. But however, whenever I saw local bobbies walking up and down the streets of London, and for the most part they were not jumping on people and hitting them with truncheons. It was a lot of directions and helping hands, that sort of thing. That seemed to rather appeal to me, and that's always been something I rather endeavoured to follow in the tracks for. Right. Yes, well, I can't say I have a huge amount of experience with firearms, though I have been attempting to familiarise myself while I've been here, and I've taken quite an understanding, at least, firing at trees and hares and the like. I should say I'm educated. I have a good reading and writing capability. I understand people to a degree and tend to empathize with them rather than begrudge them their ills. Though, from what I understand, there's a slight difference from working as a policeman in London and a deputy way out here. The land itself, in fact, is quite different. The quite narrow roads of London versus the wide open plains and the animals, the wild animals and beasts that are here, have really rather taken me by surprise several times. I suppose I'm a relatively well-rounded and capable individual, though I can't say I have any hands-on experience. So, I should think I can try my hand at just about anything, and I understand I'm rather well-spoken, but I'm quite able to handle myself, should push come to shove. Well, I should hope that justice to me really rather falls under what justice might mean to those who have been affected by an injustice. If justice is ensuring that a particular individual who has stolen or stolen from or harmed somebody is brought to one of these offices here and placed inside of one of your prisons for a certain amount of time, then that would be justice under the rule that is placed by your department. Then I suppose there's personal justice on the sense that there are people out there who have felt terrible injustices. There are people who are unable to defend themselves or look out for themselves or don't have the means to recover lost items or maybe stolen items. And if we can do something in some way to recover those things, help them on their way, find them, find the injustice that has been dealt to them and rectify their situation, then I suppose that would be a justice. I can't say that I really am. From what I was able to gather before I came here, in London he was wanted for several quite violent crimes, knife-based crimes, possibly even murder. And while I've been here, in my short attempt to discover what he has been doing, I'm to understand that he threw Senior Deputy McGregor from a cliff. I'm not quite sure if they mean an extremely high height or if it's a shorter one, but thankfully he survived. Beyond that, I'm afraid I can't say I know very much about precisely what he might have done and what his record might have been. Though I must say I am quite curious. In all honesty, I can't say I would know what to do in that situation. I suppose it depends on precisely what was happening in the moment. If it really came down to his life or mine, then I'm not too sure. But perhaps if it was somebody else involved, another deputy or a civilian of sorts, then if I looked to him and truly saw that he was lost, then I suppose I should have to pull that trigger. Yes. Oh yes, unfortunately so, several times. Yes, I suppose I have. Yes, there have been several times when I've been attacked, and I've certainly thrown a fist back. I have a rather nasty scar across my nose from one such situation. And there have been times when I haven't as well, where I've simply just held my hands up in the hopes that it would de-escalate the situation, and they would just simply move on. And quite often they have done, though I was a few pounds shorter, pounds being money, not that I had lost weight from the situation. I cannot say I have, no. Yes, I'm relatively proficient. It's a little barely a horse, a pony of sorts. I think it was a Tennessee Walker or a Morgan or something, some such. Blake. I actually named the horse after a very old childhood friend of mine who lost his life when I was very, very young. The two of us must have been 8 or 9. Very close we were. In fact, this is my second horse that I've named Blake, and I suppose I shall likely have a third one day. You're right, I should hope so. I probably couldn't say that I'm comfortable with it, but I am quite willing. I understand. There are times and situations where certain things cannot be resolved with words alone. Yes, I understand. In debt? No, I'm not. No, though I don't have a particularly huge sum of money to call my own. I do have a little. Well, I suppose if it was beginning to affect my ability to do the job, then I suppose I wouldn't mind asking. In the event that it was understood, I should like to pay it back one day, of course. My most recent long-term employment, I worked for 3 years at a fish market and fishmongers in London along the River Thames. Oh no, I worked for several different fishmongers in the area. At first, I was little more than a sort of errand boy running up and down with deliveries. Although once they took to understanding my ability to read and write, I was left in charge of some of the handlings along the lines of receipts and accounting and the such. I'm fine with taking orders, so long as it was a superior and not somebody sort of barking at me from the street to drop my trousers or some such. Yes, I have a pair of gloves, yes. The weed. Oh, this weed over here. I suppose I could try. Right, yes. Well, yes, let me see if I can... If I'm honest, I can't say I should know. I should hope so. I've been in several situations that have been rather. That's a tough weed. There we go. In any other situations that I've found myself needing to defend myself or run, I'm usually able to keep a rather cool head. Afterwards, I've found myself a little rather worse for wear. You know. A carrot, yes. Oh, I'm not sure if there's such a thing as an ugly carrot. Yes. This one right here. Oh, there we go. That one there, or yeah, there you go. Would you like it, or shall I keep it? Yes, I'll. That's true, actually. Yes, Blake, I'm sure does not care whether the carrot is beautiful or ugly. Right. Yes. Yes, I should actually rather that than you hand me a badge and gun and tell me to go and and get on with it. I can't say I'm quite prepared yet to take the job. Yes, yes, I understand. Thank you so much for your time. Well, I suppose I would be quite stuck. As a civilian, I would suggest that I have no authority to do so. So I suggest I should run away in that moment. And I have no, from what I understand, no authority to take anybody's life or to fire a weapon at anyone unless they're firing it at me. Is that right? Genuinely no idea for that one. Lean back. And I am trying to figure out why it's so quiet, by the way. I'm sorry the thing is so quiet. I don't know. How to fix it. There's literally no TeamSpeak coming through at all. Great, cool. I was trying to fix it that whole time, but also they were like questioning me. Great, so complete waste of time. Good. The only comment I read was that it was really quiet, so I was like, oh, at least they can hear it. Yeah, I've reset it, but we'll see. I've reset the playback, we'll see. I don't know if they can see this, but I'll do this. My problem is you couldn't hear it, but I kept changing the fucking thing in it. I couldn't hear anything.
Mr. Lord.
Yes.
Okay. So, we've decided that yes, we think you should become a cadet. We're excited to have you with us. There's a few important
I had to
notes
reset
that
the
I
whole
need to
thing.
go over. As I mentioned, you are a civilian, so at the very start of your cadet phase, it's going to be a lot of theory. You're going to be doing a lot of learning. At that point, if you're riding with deputies and it seems like there's going to be a dangerous situation occurring, maybe some sort of standoff with a gang, bank robbery, what you're to do is to leave the party, make your way to the nearest safe telegram, update the law line, and then take yourself to the nearest sheriff's department
Right.
office, so that way you can await getting more deputies there or an update. So to keep yourself out of danger and stay safe, okay? Because you're still a civilian. As we
Yes.
discussed in that scenario, you are able to defend yourself in self-defense, and of course from animals when we're riding through the more dangerous areas, but you're not to act like a deputy.
Right. Yes,
You're-
I understand.
Okay. Now, when you're by our sides learning from us, you are going to be hearing a lot of okay, you're going to be hearing a lot of personal, confidential information that is not to be shared with anyone else outside of the department, okay?
Yes, I understand.
Reason for that, well, it could cause a lot of issues and loss of life potentially to any witnesses, things like that. If we do find out that you have spread information, it can mean the termination of your cadet program, and potentially you might look at time for whatever it is.
Yes.
The state marshals should have sent you over a pamphlet by letter. Have you received that?
Yes, I have. Yes.
Okay, excellent. Have a read of that. And yes, so what I've mentioned about confidentiality, defending himself, the cadet handbook. Anything else you need to know at this point?
Yes, don't worry about bothering deputies to remind them and giving your feedback. Sometimes deputies forget, or they just simply don't want to, as much as we ask them to. So
Right.
feel free to, at the end of a ride say, hey, could you please give me some feedback on that, or write some feedback in the paper that we have for you.
Right. Yes.
Yeah. There is something very important we do need to do as well, though. We need to get you in that office, and we need to take your fingerprints.
Oh yes, that too.
Right. Of course. Yes.
So let's go and do that now. Right, come on, cadet.
Okay. You can hear the thing. God, I had to restart the whole TeamSpeak to get that to work.
To the
so-
bank, get robbed.
Yeah, Rogue Bank.
My town. Hey, go on in. Right, you've got a bank robbery.
Right. Yes. I mean, if you'd like to do that, I
By all
can
means,
make
by all
myself
means, do it.
scarce.
Okay, so you could watch from the porch. Yeah. Well, we'll get your fingerprints in a moment. We just need to deal with this first.
Yes. Yes. Of course.
So, Lord, if I could just have you standing around in the porch because the bags get robbed, don't want you getting too close, okay?
Yes. Immediately, the bank is being robbed.
And there is the train.
There's Leah.
Cadet. So, when we've got situations like this, we impose martial law where we tell every citizen to get out of town.
Right.
Can I get you going around all the citizens and just making sure they leave? Like this Harry here. Harry, get out of town. It's martial law. Come on. Bank's
Right.
being robbed. Go. Faster.
Like that, or should I?
Nicer.
Right, right, yes,
just
of
Sarah
course.
gets the job done most of the time.
the bank's getting robbed. Can you make your way out of town, please?
Of course, yes.
Sir, did you not hear? The bank's being robbed. Go on,
So the bank is being robbed. Please do make your way out of town. I am a cadet now. You watch me walk straight into the bank because he doesn't know where the bank is. The bank is being... Oh, this is the bank. Yes, I shall get on the ground. So the bank is being robbed. I should suggest you might want to watch if you're heading down the road there.
Alright, I was actually just gonna come in into the perch here, see if they're open.
Right, yes. I've been advised to...
Place?
Well, I was advised to tell everybody to get out of town, specifically.
Alright, well, I'll probably just head out then.
Oh, right, yes.
Thank you for the heads up.
Yes, you're welcome. Have a good night.
Yeah, you too.
You should probably head out of town, so the bank is being robbed. The posh. I guess not everyone on the inside. What on earth was that? What the fuck was that? Dude.
Hello, mister.
The bank is being robbed, ma'am. I don't know if you noticed there was an enormous explosion, but perhaps you should make yourself scarce, get inside or leave town. Hello, mister. For a while, I had him walking around with the Rufus walk, which is casual, but I think I'm just gonna have him. Maybe he walks around refined. What's refined look like? He needs a little swagger. I think the fun thing for... Oh, there's no way I'm getting over there in time. The fun thing for Lucien is going to be that I think people are going to take him to be quite a soft boy. Just a nice, soft boy. But actually he ain't afraid to slap someone if they need it. You know, they were like, so a complete waste of time even streaming this, that it turned off all their audio, sorry. But I don't know what it was. I literally have no idea. I had to restart the whole of TeamSpeak. It looked like it was working to me, so I was like, oh, it's quiet, but I guess I don't know what it was that was coming through. But they were like, are you okay if you had to shoot someone? And he's like, I don't want to, but yeah. Oh, is it a weird TeamSpeak problem? God, that's so annoying. The thing is, I couldn't restart it in the middle of the interview, you know? There's like nothing I can do. I probably could have just been like, do you mind if I just clean my ears 1 moment? But like, you know, it's too late. My brain has only just thought of that now. Because I was in the middle of trying to answer all the questions correctly. It's like too important to the character, I'm sorry. I know you're all like, but it's a stream, you should think about the stream first. I'm like, nah, dude. Yeah, I'm glad Yeka got the other side of it. That's good. Remember, there's a Hasroot website. I'm not bothered about views, bruv. So you can go to wrp.hasroot.com. I think we might have an exclamation point, but we'll make one if not. And you should be able to like go and see some of the other streamers that play as well. No? Alright, we'll make one in a minute. Is he related to Rufus? Yes, he's Rufus's estranged cousin. Doesn't really know Rufus. They were like, so Rufus. He's like, yes, I'm afraid you probably know him better than I. But I figured when I was making the character, it was like, well, I think it gives the option for there to be... oh, there is an exclamation point that has for it. Why didn't that work? It gives the option for more roleplay. A little portrait of him here. It gives the option for more roleplay if he is related to one of my other characters. And I sort of had, in Rufus's backstory, I had the potential for there to be a cousin baked in. Last week you said you wouldn't do RP again. Yeah, it's funny. Someone came, it might have been you, but a couple of people have come in recently. But me and Biz have been talking about rejoining the server for a few weeks. And we've been playing quietly and secretly off stream for a while. But yeah, there was room for there to be some sort of estranged relative of Rufus's in the backstory because of I think this would be better served over here. I'm not going to keep it on screen all the time, but it's just fun to look at every now and then. Yeah, so when I was making the character, I figured that like if he's a lord, it's not a big deal if no one cares. But there are options in there for there to be a little bit more flavor to some of the roleplay, and there are also options for like stuff that Rufus has done to cause problems even for Lucien, or you know, and to just the only thing it can do is enhance roleplay or give excuses for further roleplay. It doesn't take a lot away because he doesn't really know Rufus and isn't really like involved in Rufus's life. So that's how I did it. He is young, he's 20. He's 20 where Rufus was 23. He looks kind of like Rufus, but not exactly the same. And I made that piece of artwork by blending the old artwork I have of Rufus with some of this new artwork. So he has Rufus's face in there. Rufus, Lucien, RP, yeah, we sort of spoke about that earlier on. Like what I think would have happened. I think Rufus would immediately have just died.
How you doing, sir?
Good afternoon.
You a doctor?
I'm afraid not, no. Are you hurt?
Yeah, I was taken hostage and they pistol whipped me in the face.
Right. I have some first aid bandages if you'd like one.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind.
Can't say I'm too proficient with using such things.
There you go, fair trade.
What is that? Oh, they have coins. Right, a dollar coin. Thank you very much.
Of course, it's
Quite a pretty
one of
coin.
a kind.
Yes, are you all right with bandaging that injury of yours?
Yeah, I should be able to.
Right, yes. The name's Lucien. Lucien Lorde.
Alexander Argento.
Good to meet you. You say you were taken hostage in this situation.
Yeah, just down the street there at the bank.
How frightening.
Yeah.
Was anybody hurt?
Just me. They pistol whipped me in the face because I was being a little disgruntled. I didn't appreciate the way they were talking to me.
Right. Oh, well, I'm glad you're not too badly injured. Apologies, Sharon.
No, you're okay. I'm sorry. What's your name, fella?
Alexander Argento.
Gentle. Nice to meet you. Sorry about what happened there. What we need to do is get a statement from you, just to say about what happened, if that's okay.
Absolutely. You want me to come to the office here?
Well, we can just stay here, actually.
All right.
Lucien, do you have a notebook or anything like that you could write in?
Yes, on my horse, I do.
Excellent. Could I ask you to go get that?
I shall, yes.
Yep.
He's 20, he runs everywhere. Like a year 7.
I'm down. I'm just tired.
I spent a lot of time up north in the snow.
Oh, have you? Right. Okay, so yeah, listen, just going to take this gentleman's statement, basically just ask him what happened, and then we can just kind of get some more information than what he talks about anything and anything. Okay.
Right, you'd like me to take the statement?
I would love that, please.
Right.
Would you like
yes.
me to start from the top, or?
Yes, in your own words, if you'd like to. And you said your name was Alexander.
Argento.
And that's Argento.
That's right.
Right. Yes. Well. In your own words, what happened?
Well, I just got back from hunting, and this woman walked up to me, very beautiful woman. She was flirting with me about my hunting, and she asked me to come with her, and being the fool that I am, I followed her around the corner, and I was met with guns to my face. And then
Right.
I was marched into the bank, and I was very upset, said a few choice words, and she pistol whipped me in the face, which is why I have this wound.
We're trying to take a statement here.
Right. And how many individuals were in the bank?
Looked to me about 6. Maybe less. My head was swimming after getting pistol whipped, so.
Right. And you walked into the bank and they said what precisely?
They said, all right. Firstly, they were going to take all my stuff, and I told them I didn't have much, and they said, well, you need to calm down. And I said, well, how am I supposed to calm down? You got guns in my face. And then they said, oh, you want a gun in your face? And then they pistol whipped me in the face.
And the voices that of these they were all gentlemen, were they?
Some of them were, and then there was that one woman.
Right. You'd estimate 5 men, 1 woman.
Yes.
Did you hear any names?
Yes.
Only the one that she shouted to Clementine, Sarah, but who knows if that was the actual name.
I'm sorry, she called to somebody Clementine, or she called to someone
Clementine. I think, is she a deputy or sheriff?
Clementine's our deputy, Lucien, who was doing the negotiating.
Yeah,
right,
she was outside.
And she called to somebody known as Sarah.
Yeah, and then there was another one. It's a weird name, like Sharum or something like that. I can't remember. Like I said, I got smacked in the face. Didn't know what was happening. Didn't want to die.
Right.
Can you remember what any of them were wearing?
There was a fellow with a jacket that had a patch on his arm. All green, greenish brown, kind of like the color of my cape here. And just a rancher's hat and a full mask, like a cloth mask.
A full cloth mask.
The other fellas were kind of dressed a bit like you. A bit like you two,
myself?
like like gentlemen. You know, they were nicely dressed, but they were wearing masks and nice hats.
I hate it when there's well-dressed, polite
I
bank
hate
robbers.
it.
Oh, for fuck's
They
give me
were all
something to hate, for
well
fuck's sake.
dressed and well spoken.
Aye.
Absolutely.
You know what? It's nice and unique, though. I'll give them that.
An extra question. What was stolen from you, if anything?
They ended up not stealing anything because I have cans of corn. I mean,
Right.
what are they gonna do with that? Have a banquet dinner?
Did they pistol whip you?
Oh, God, that didn't
The
snap
woman
my-
did.
The women did, okay.
It's
What did the women look like?
Blonde hair, very pleasant face. I think it was dark. She may have had blue eyes. I couldn't tell. Very melodic voice.
Sure.
You know, so almost if you were walking through the woods and you heard her speaking, you'd be like, is that Fae? Am I hearing a Fae out there?
Right, understood, yeah.
Luring me to my death.
Did they talk about any plans for the rest of the day, where they would be going, anything like that?
No, actually, most of them went around the corner to what I assume is where the vault is. And I was with the older gentleman. That's the other thing. The man that stayed with me with the strange name had gray, I would say, hair that reached his jawline. And glasses.
I'm
He was-
sorry, the man that stayed with you.
Yes. The one that, it's like, his name was, I can't remember, Shiram or something like that. He
Right,
was well dressed.
Sure.
Glasses, graying hair, very well spoken, nicely dressed. And then Sarah was with him, this woman.
And when you say well spoken, was there any? Would it be with your own accent, an American accent, or were there any distinct accents?
This fella had a almost Irish sounding accent.
Right.
It sounded as though he was covering an accent with this accent, if you know what I mean. It didn't
Yes.
sound natural,
Yeah.
but it still sounded nice.
Right. And the others, any distinct accents or specific elements, specific things they might have been wearing, a coloured feather in a hat, or any sort of gloves, or...
There was nothing very distinct. The rest of them kind of stayed in the corners,
Right.
which is smart of them, if you ask me. Not letting me get a good sight of what they look like. There was a fellow with dark hair with no hat that was wearing a mask. He had shaved sides with the hair slicked back on the top. That's the only other person I can recall. There were other people. They're just shadows in my mind.
Yes. Oh, this is extremely helpful. You've managed to pull a good deal of information from them in such a situation. I wouldn't have been surprised if you'd simply covered your eyes and cowered in the corner. You know, so you've done a good job of taking a great deal of information. I'm sure it'll be very helpful to the sheriff's department here.
Can I take your telegram just in case I need to contact you?
Yes. Let me know when you're ready.
I am ready.
It's BQ, B as in boy, Q as in queen, 929.
Why did he laugh?
And can you just remind me of your first name and second name?
Yes.
It was Alexander Argento.
Oh, look at that. See that cadet? Look at that memory.
It's-
We've written that down, cadet, so you don't forget.
Yes,
Me
yes,
ask.
I've got it. Yes, I've written it down.
Right. I think we've got everything that we can.
Is there anything that else I could say?
I think you've give us a lot. Thank you. So make sure that you get yourself looked after. I'm sorry that happened. If you remember anything, telegram us on the law line, and if we need anything from you, we'll reach out to you. Okay?
You might want to talk to that Scottish woman. She mentioned, I don't know if they gave them this and they followed it or not, but she said they can only go north. Something like that.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much for that.
All right.
All right, Alexander.
I'll look out for the telegrams if you need anything else.
Thank you.
Take care.
Thank you again. Thank you, Lucien, for the bandages.
Yes, you're welcome.
Oh, look at that. Very good. Good work.
I was luckily quite prepared.
Yes, you were. Hey, come with me.
Under Sheriff
So,
Watt.
feel free to give me that statement however you want.
Right. Yes.
Stick it in my pocket, hand it to me,
Yes, I shall.
put it in my mouth, whatever you want.
I shall tear it out and I shall.
Yes.
He said at the end there they were going north.
Yeah. So unfortunately, we didn't have enough people to chase after him because there was a train robbery at the same time. In those situations, because they had him as a hostage, we always make sure our priority is always getting the hostage out there alive. It doesn't matter.
Right.
Unfortunately, we didn't know who robbed the bank, but the main thing is we got that boy out alive. That's the main thing.
Yes, of course. Yeah, I'm glad to see that he's relatively unharmed. Hopefully, not too much of a mental scarring either.
Hope not.
All right, let me tear these pages neatly.
Oh, yes. I will be judging you on how neatly these are teared.
All right, one moment here then.
Yes.
No, I don't think I can. Can I copy paste this?
You not got fleas, have you?
Oh, thank God.
No, just my head's itchy. It's hot. I guess I'm not used to wearing a hat again. It's been a long time.
Okay, but you're sure it's not fleas? Because I don't want to get any fleas from you now.
You better not be bringing fleas into my office, Clementine.
Oh,
don't
yeah?
you fucking dare.
And what happens if I do give you fleas, Sheriff Cameron?
Well, for a start, I'll be docking some of your wages.
Come here. Take my fleas. Take them.
No, I don't want your fleas. If you've
Take
got
my
fleas,
fleas.
if you get fleas, you're getting out of this office right now.
You know what? You want feedback on your negotiation? You should do that one next time. Like
Aye.
if you fleas them.
Give me $4, Clementine. You're being docked wages.
I need this $4. The Windward Ranch, sir.
$4.
I can't spare the $4.
All right, I appreciate you putting up a fight.
But I'll tell you what I will give you.
What will you give me?
A free fucking chase. They got out of it scot-free.
Well, like I was just explaining to the cadet, remember the most important thing in those situations is we got that hostage out alive. Anything else is a bonus in those situations.
Alright, I'll have to see you around later. I need to.
Aye. Thank you for your help, Wild. Isn't that right, Clementine? The hostage is the most important thing. No, wait, no, what are you doing? No, quit that.
I'm just tearing this very carefully.
Oh, I can tell. I can see how good you're tearing that.
Are we distracting you?
Oh no. I'm quite able to very carefully tear this
He's
out.
steadying his hand.
Right,
First
yes.
day nerves, Clementine.
It's okay. I see words all mixed up, especially when I'm stressed out, so I take my time with paperwork, so I never judge anybody on how much time they need with it.
Yeah, that's right.
Numbers are the worst for me.
Mm. As Detective Dalloway would say, free Bibles, please. If you've got please. What are you doing the rest of the day, Clementine, since you were off duty?
I'm probably just gonna go rest. This flu is really kicking my ass, so...
Aye, please. See someone from the Department of Health, would you? Bellow's around there.
Well, where's Lily?
Listen, Lily brought that department up herself. Made it what it is today. She's got a day off, is that okay? Is that allowed, Clementine?
No, because I'm sick and I need her to make it better.
Well, you're going to have to do it, Lily. I get Lily.
Whoa.
Right, there you go. Popped in your pocket.
Howdy. By the way,
Oh, thank you.
I'm Clementine.
Oh yes, I heard about you while taking this this statement here. Yes, very well
Oh,
met.
lovely.
My name's Lucien Lorde.
Amazing.
It's a pleasure to meet you.
Yes.
Sorry, I'm not at my best right now.
Well, no, it sounds like you were instrumental in the help.
You were. Very important today. Remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I couldn't copy paste it because I literally ripped it out and I couldn't just copy
Mr.
paste it and
Curly's
send
giving
it
me
to the
respect
fucking law
now,
thing.
and
So I had
it
to
feels
write
weird.
it out manually.
Why
It
is he
was
giving you
horrific.
respect?
He says that I've changed and I've grown.
I just want something.
Oh, is Sheriff Hart around today?
I've not seen him today.
Dang, okay.
And he cut and paste so bad. Oh, I could copy it from the notebook, but I already tore the page out.
On a scale of 1 to 10,
Uh-huh.
let's just say somebody hypothetically met with someone and that someone said, hey, don't tell anyone that we met. Should I tell my higher ups about that, or hypothetically?
Yes, you absolutely should. Do we need to have a conversation?
Maybe.
Aye,
Hypothetically.
hypothetically.
I mean, it can wait. It's not an emergency if there's training that needs to be done.
Problem is your safety, Clementine. If you're going to meet someone, we need.
Oh, I
we need
tipped the
people
tip
to know.
line. I wasn't like an idiot about it, you know.
Okay, so you did inform us that you were meeting them.
Yeah, but it's more the topic of conversation was very interesting.
Aye, well, we'd like to know that as well.
So, Lucien, where are you from?
Yeah, I'm from London originally. Yes, I've only just arrived here in the New World. What about yourself?
Just from out west ways.
Right, well, it's rather all out west for me.
Are you enjoying it so far?
Yes, I've found most of the land to be quite pleasant. I'm again adjusting to some of the wildlife and the particularly wide open spaces.
What colour are your eyes?
My eyes,
They're a sky blue, like a light blue.
Sky
yes,
blue.
Yes, very, very, very,
Yeah,
very
yeah.
light blue.
Oh, it's so. Look
those,
at that.
no,
It's
those are
like they're
very bright.
sparkling. It's like I'm looking at a
Okay, those baby
great
blues.
glass of water with
Right,
ice in
yeah.
it. Have you ever seen perfect ice cubes out in Coulter and stuff?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
How old
They're
are
so
you?
I'm 20 years old.
20. What's your telegram number?
It is TK535.
Perfect. Just doing your citizen registry, which is something all citizens should be doing. And if they don't want to do it, sometimes we definitely do it the other way anyway.
Right, yeah.
But this is me about to get your fingertips. Right. Let me just get the ink pad.
Oh, do you want me to do it or you got it?
Oh yeah. On you go.
This isn't.
Yeah,
This is grunt work. This isn't work for a sheriff. This is. I'll get my fingers dirty.
Right, yes. Should I follow you over here then?
Yeah. If you just come over here, I'm just gonna. Oh God. So if you just let's have a look at your fingers there.
We've had a simultaneous train robbery and bank robbery.
All right, just gonna cut there. There you go. I'm trying to be really gentle.
Oh yeah, no, don't worry about that. Just get.
But I gotta be firm.
Yes, get whatever you need to do to get the correct fingerprint there.
And you just get rid of those there, and then I'm gonna put them in your file.
Right. Oh well, that was quite easy. There we go. Look at that.
Lucien Lorde TK.
Right.
535.
Yes. Lord spelt with an E on the end there.
Gotcha.
TK. Oh well, I suppose I should come up with a fun initialism for that.
Yes. Clementine, I need to have a word with you when you're finished.
Terribly
How'd you
keen.
get that scar on your nose? Oh, do you have any allergies and stuff like strawberries or anything, nuts, fruits, whatever?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
I should hope that I don't find out in any sort of horribly hazardous way.
Do you have any friends and family in the crossing you would call in an emergency if you were to die?
I can't say I do. No.
You should make some friends.
Yes, I shall do that. I shall endeavour to, at least. Although Sheriff Hart did inform me that it can be rather hard making friends when you are in this line of work. It seemed to be rather a warning of his.
Sheriff Hart can't make friends because he breaks hearts.
That's true.
Right, so it's Sheriff Hart, not his real name.
Yeah.
Or?
I'll just be a couple minutes.
Howdy there. I'm Deputy Hutchinson. Pleasure to meet you.
Yes, very, very good to meet you. My name's Lucien. I'm a cadet. I've just completed my interview, and then immediately afterwards the bank was robbed.
Well, welcome to another day in the crossing, Cadet. Glad to have you here.
Yes. Yes. How long have you been a deputy here?
Going on 11 months now, actually. Almost a year in December.
Oh gosh. Well, I shall hope to be still here after 11 months. Myself.
Yeah, well, I got faith that that'll happen. Just gotta. Best thing I can recommend for you, and while Clem says, you need to make friends, they come in this line of work. If you're kind to people, the good ones always come out and turn out to be really good friends. It's not as hard as people make it out to be. Trust me.
Yes, I should hope that to be the. I took it with a pinch of salt when it was mentioned by Sheriff Hart. But yes, I suppose I'm not really here to make friends exactly, but it would be nice to, as a sort of fringe benefit, while I'm here.
That is exactly it. You're not here to make friends, but it's always a good fringe benefit to have. Plus, when you do make friends and you get to know good people, it helps you get good information down the road when you need it. But also
Yes,
gives
yes.
you something to do outside of the badge, because at the same time, we're not all just the badges on our chests. We're all people.
Right. Yes. Well, I've spent a good week or so here, sort of meandering around. I found that there's quite a peaceful solitude to be had at times that I've quite enjoyed. I've taken up a spot of fishing here and there, and done a few jobs delivering bits and bobs. And yes, I've actually quite enjoyed the space of the land. I'm used to the quite closed city of London. There's a lot of winding roads, much like your Saint Denis, and yes, I have found that roaming on a horse and exploring the land to be quite thrilling and somewhat peaceful at times, and I've rather enjoyed it, though I am still getting used to the wildlife. I'm not quite sure how to deal with it. I had actually hoped to find one of the rangers, though I've not bumped into one yet, in the hopes that maybe they'd give me a sort of crash course on nature and survivalism and the such.
That is the best resource for anything like that. And also, if you need help navigating town to town, the rangers are going to be your best resource ever for that. They know pathways that no one can actually see. They know the wildlife inside and out. They know how to best address it, how to understand it, listen for it, and everything. And they are phenomenal.
Yes, I should imagine learning those routes would come quite in handy in this line of work as well. I can't say I haven't gotten lost several times, but I've managed to find my way back to civilization each time so far. Touch wood.
Yeah, definitely. It's you'll do fine. You're already looking for what resources you can. I've got faith in you.
Well, thank you very much. Yes, I wasn't quite sure what to expect when coming here, in search of an estranged cousin of mine. But I found it to be quite varied. I wasn't sure whether it would be built up like London by now, or whether there would still be the smaller towns and open spaces. And it seems like there is an element of both, depending on where you find yourself. This is quite a charming town here. Roads. I haven't spent much time here until today.
Yeah, it is. It reminds me of home. I don't come from London. I just come from the humble state of Georgia, but the red clay is comforting. And, I get the privilege of being stationed here in Lemoyne myself, so.
Yes, I'm still rather getting used to the humidity, though.
You never get used to that. There's your tip of the day.
Right, yes. Yes, well, I didn't quite want to show up for my cadet interview in a sweaty, ragged shirt, so I've endeavoured to keep the jacket on for today, but between you and me, I'm rather looking forward to getting this thing off and giving myself a little bath at the parlour house or something.
It's always going to be nice, but keep that coat nearby. Winter's just around the corner, and when the snow starts falling, it's a whole nother story.
Right, yes. Well, the cold and the rain and the snow I'm rather familiar with from back home, but I can't say that we really get this level of heat, such constant, maybe a week or so in the summer, but yes, this is it seems to be quite a long summer you have all the way down here.
Yeah, it can be rather long, but at the same time, it's very good.
And what do you find to be the job that I seem to have landed myself here? Is there any advice, any sort of early recruit advice that I might be able to take on board? I feel both quite excited and somewhat prepared, as it is the sort of job I've always dreamed of having, but at the same time I also find myself rather in over my head.
Best advice I can give you right now, and believe me, I've got plenty and everyone's got their own, but The best one I can give you right now as a cadet: soak in every interaction you can with every deputy, because everybody does it a little bit differently. And then
Right.
with that observation, keeping your head on a swivel, being aware of your surroundings, find your own way to have your own personal touch to it. It's vague now, but as you could begin to get into things and understand it more, and then when you do get the badge and you start to work on paperwork and, you know, processing and everything like that, you'll start to understand it a lot more.
Yes, the paperwork seems rather a daunting task, I must say. I have a little experience. I worked for a fishmonger, and I would do a little paperwork for them. But I must say this seems to be a little more important, that I get the details correct and the information filed away squarely, rather than, 10 heads of fish or 12.
Yeah. No, don't worry about the paperwork side of things for now. That comes later. For now, it's the best thing you do is just observe, because that's all you're really going to be doing as a cadet, is watching, observe, and seeing situations and interactions. And, when you can start thinking on those and planning ahead, that's the best you can do.
Yes, I shall endeavour to act as much like a sponge as I can. It's been quite interesting already in the short hour or so that I've been a cadet. I've already taken a statement. I witnessed a bank robbery. Yes. Is that a common occurrence, or do I just happen to have stumbled upon one?
Oh, yours is tame in nature comparatively. My first day as a cadet, we ended up having to go to a shootout with a very notorious group known as the Dead End Gang. That turned into a whole thing, but
Right.
it just seems to be that's just another day around here.
Right. Yes. Well,
But-
I suppose that'll be an inevitability that I shall face as and when it comes.
Okay,
Hey, Sheriff, you got a minute?
is this work or personal?
It's personal.
Yes.
All right, Cadet, pleasure meeting you, but I have a personal thing I need to attend to that is time sensitive, so you take care.
Yes. Thank you for the good chat. Hello again.
Hello?
Was it the eyes? Or perhaps you'd rather I answer your question about the scar.
You don't have to if you don't want to.
Oh well, I have no problem sharing. It's not too much of an extremely exciting story, I suppose, depending on who's asking. And I can't imagine that somebody in your line of work with the Wild West out here would be too terribly thrilled by it. But it was an interesting day nonetheless.
Okay, I'm ready to be interested.
Right. Yes. Well, it was only let's see. It would have been 2 years ago now. I had found myself in the sort of far west end of London, a little far off the usual route that I would take home from work, and a gentleman jumped out from the alleyway and said, "There you are, gotcha." And I turned to him and said, "Oh, I'm frightfully sorry, sir. Have we met?" And he proceeded to strike me over the face with a shovel. I landed in the street, gripping my now quite broken nose, and I looked up to him and said, "What on earth are you doing, sir? What on earth is this? Why who do you must have me mistaken for someone else." He said, you and you'll have to pardon my language. He said, "You rat bastard. I finally found you." Lifted the shovel up, and I do say I think he meant to take my head. And it was at that point that in part I'm afraid to say I lashed out. I kicked towards him, and I can't say I meant to strike him in the gonads, but I did. He keeled over, dropped the shovel, and I stood up, and I gave him one last little glance just to sort of get a good idea of what the man looked like, and and I ran down the street and kept running until I was almost all the way home. When I got in, found myself my face. Well, at first I was quite alarmed. It was a lot of blood, and I thought perhaps he had quite disfigured me, but no, he'd simply broken the bridge of my nose, and it was quite a gash left. And yes, I was patched up, and they sent me home. In a couple of days, I had this rather interesting scar across the bridge of my nose. I have no idea who he thought I was.
I don't think your nose looks bad at all.
Right. Yes. Well, I say it. If it had been a few centimeters higher, he would have very likely struck me in the eyes, and it could have been a great deal worse. So I'm, quite grateful that it was simply my nose.
It's true. It could have been worse. It could have been your eyeball.
Yes, I was always a little confused as to what he was doing, wandering around with little more than a shovel, though. I mean, London is covered in cobblestones and brick. There's very little to dig.
Not the graveyards.
Yes, perhaps he worked at the graveyard. He was just wearing a relatively plain pair of trousers, a t-shirt and suspenders. Not really grave-digging attire, but the whole thing, I found it to be quite confusing. That's the interesting thing with those situations, is that you have so many questions afterwards and no way of asking them during the situation.
I had a guy rob me and throw a hatchet at me, at my leg, and at my horse.
Bloody hell, a hatchet.
Uh-huh.
You were unscathed, I hope.
I mean, it was painful for a couple of days, but I'm okay.
Oh, he got you with it.
Oh, sorry. Really important part that I missed out. He robbed me, tied me up with a rope, and then threw a hatchet at me.
Bloody hell.
That was before I became a deputy.
Yes, well, I'm so sorry that happened to you. That must have been quite the frightening affair.
I have loads of stories like that, but I've been told to not share them so much.
Right. Well, why is that?
One time, I got kidnapped by a group of people, and they ran me over with my own horse in front of my boyfriend.
Good gosh.
Another time, a group of British guys took me from Rhodes and stabbed me.
God, I'm so sorry that happened to you. That's terrible. You're perfectly fine to talk to me about these things if you'd like. Yeah, these things can be.
I'm just trying to connect with you that we've both got shitty stories. I'm not trying to say mine's worse. I'm just trying to say that we're in this together.
Oh, there's
now.
absolutely no doubt whatsoever that yours is worse.
No.
I was struck in the face with a shovel.
You could have been disfigured and ugly forever, and that could have been awful.
Right. Yes. But I mean.
But I'm just trying to say that we're I know you're not a deputy yet, but we're, deputies together and all that. You can talk to me too if you want. Thank you for sharing.
Right. Yes. I'm
not
appreciate
good with
that.
feelings.
Right.
But
Yes, I understand. Well. Sometimes it's good to get these things, off your chest, out in the open. Otherwise they can sit and linger on you, and it can be quite uncomfortable. If you're comfortable, of course, you shouldn't have to feel like you should share anything you don't want to with anyone. But if you so felt inclined, I have no qualms with sharing a tale or two. Though I can't say I've got any match being struck with a hatchet. I've had a few fights here and there, and I've encountered some odd sorts. But yes, that sounds rather extreme. Is that a thing here? Hatchets being thrown at one another? Should I be careful? Perhaps I should work on my ability to peripherally dodge thrown.
I think that guy was just fucking insane. Like the most insanest insane person ever.
Right. Yes. Yes. Well, I suppose that's very unfortunately likely. Yes.
Can I tell you one more thing? That this is the worst thing that's ever happened to me, I think.
Right. Well, yes, I should.
And this is an ongoing investigation, so I'm not really supposed to talk about it, but I can because I got kidnapped by Zip Quill recently, and he was asking for this Warman coin that apparently Hey, Sheriff, you'll like the story. I got kidnapped by Zip Quill, who was asking for this Warman coin that apparently all the Windwards have, and my last name is Windward, just so you know.
Right.
And I don't know about this fucking coin that apparently my entire family have that I don't. But I don't have a coin. But you know what I did have? Getting kidnapped in a black eye from Zip Quill for not having a coin that the rest of my family apparently have.
Oh, bloody hell.
Lord.
Yes.
Yeah, I forgot to tell you, when you come on duty, just like you've done today, mark that you're on duty, send a telegram in saying that you're around in whatever town, and if there's deputies around, they should come get you, okay?
Right, yes. I shall do that.
I am having to put my head down, but you've done wonderful. Just trying to see if there's any deputies around.
I'm also going to have to put my head down soon, I'm
Okay,
sorry.
that's fine. We've got Pointer is coming to Rhodes, so if you just hang around here, Senior Deputy Pointer will be here soon.
Right, yes.
And he'll assist with your training. And
Sheriff Bolton's around, and she's really, really good for training. She's helped me out a lot.
yeah, I just telegrammed her to officiate a wedding. So.
Oh, his wedding. Are you getting married? Are you and Lily?
No, we're not getting married. Hutchinson and his partner. He asked me, but need to put my head down.
Do you know how many times I've been a bridesmaid this year?
Many times.
Like 2 or 3.
I was a bridesmaid.
Do you want these fleas? Take these fleas.
Get your fleas away from me! I'm in my office.
No,
right.
I'm staying in your office for the night. I'm sorry.
Okay, right. Well, I'm heading to my hotel. Lucien, you did great today. Sorry we didn't get any proper training done. First thing you need to get done is like patrols, formation routes, formation riding, that sort of thing, and then we'll go into the fun stuff like bank robbery training and all sorts. But good job with the statement. Threw you in the defender. You did well.
Yes. Thank you very much. I appreciate the training and the the acceptance into the program.
Keep up.
I shall endeavour to do my very best.
Good lad.
I've left the front unlocked for you. So
thank you very much.
I'm gonna have to kick you out.
Right. No. That's fine. I'll
I'm
sit
sorry.
on the...
Otherwise, I mean, I can lock you in here if you want, but people are just gonna moan at me for keeping the door unlocked.
No, I'd rather not be locked in with an open flame. I'll park myself out here for a moment or so. And I'm looking for a deputy or a sheriff Pointer. Did he say?
Sheriff or Senior Deputy Pointer.
Senior Deputy Pointer, and okay, yes, I shall wait here. Please do have a good night's rest.
If you do want to go somewhere else, tip the law line, LAW, and somebody will find you. Just make sure you leave your telegram on the tip, though, because some of us are lazy and won't check citizen registries.
Right. Yes. No problem whatsoever. Thank you very much. And yes, you go and have a good night's rest. And if you ever want to share stories again, I'm happily available.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Thanks. You too. Sorry, I've got the flu right now.
No problem. You get some rest. Cool. Has no idea what the word cool means. So British. It's played by Hugh Grant. %100% played by a young Hugh Grant. Now, what is going on over there? Are they talking? Is that people? Are they NPCs? What is happening? They gotta be people, right? NPCs never twos up. Twos up, twos down. I guess I'll fucking sit here. Can I drink while sitting here? Oh, let's do all that right now. I'm kind of like hoping that his posh Britishness kind of winds down over time. Like, you know, over the next little while, he becomes a little bit more like normal sounding. I don't know what to describe that as, but you know. I think I will go and refill that. I hate being in like roleplay situations and my character is like absolutely dying. And really needs water. What the fuck is that?
It takes you about 3 minutes if you're just going in a little bit.
But the milkman? It's so weird being back on a server that you've been on a bunch after a year. Like it's all extremely familiar and really different. Like by the end of last year, I knew absolutely everyone on the server in one capacity or another, whether it like through one of my characters or another. I'd met everyone. I could spot them from a mile away coming into town. And now I'm just like, I've fucking got no idea who any of these people are. Come back to your hometown, yeah. Splash a bit of water on the back of your neck because it's absolutely fucking boiling. Oh yeah, I got this dollar coin, didn't I? I need to destroy this. In this thing, he does have like a day, like his travel to New York situation. I also have this. And I think I'm just going to delete it as if I've teared it out. And then just quietly dispose of that other piece of paper later on. Throw it in the lake I used to throw it in with tar. Yeah, when he was like, oh, rip it out and give it to me, I was like, oh, he wants the actual piece of paper. That seems crazy. But like, okay. So I ripped it out and then he was like, yeah, DM it. I was like, oh, fuck. Because you can't copy paste it. I had to type the whole fucking thing out again. Brutal. Because I don't know what the fuck. I don't know what protocol is. And I don't mean like protocol like in terms of the rules of law. Like I have a... They give you a big document to read. When you join the cadet program.
It's definitely very deep. The flowers as well.
Is that Edwin? Rufus.
Yeah.
Lucien does look a decent amount like Rufus in character. As well. So like if people want to walk up to Lucien and be like, Rufus, what the fuck? It would make sense. I think if you got a good look at him, you'd be like, oh, that's not you. You look younger. He's actually more dead-end kid material because he's younger than Rufus was. Rufus was sort of like the older, like they were like, we're going to let you in because we want an absolute psychopath on the team. If there's no space for me to cadet myself around. It's so awkward being a cadet and just being like... It feels like you're inviting yourself to the party. What in the fuck just happened there? Or maybe this is him. Good afternoon.
Howdy, sir. Can I help you?
Yes, I'm a cadet, Lucien Lorde. I was told to wait here for Senior Deputy Pointer or Sheriff Bolton.
Okay, yes, I'm Pointer. Who told you to wait here?
It was Sheriff Cameron.
Okay. Where did Cameron go?
He went to bed, I believe.
Okay. Well, pleasure to meet you. I'm Senior Deputy Pointer. Why don't you come inside, Mr.
Yes,
Lord?
good to meet you.
How's your training been going?
I've done precisely, I would say, about 1.5 hours so far, and in that time I witnessed a bank robbery, took one statement, and that was it.
Okay, wonderful. Who looked at the statement for you?
That would be, yes, Sheriff Cameron.
Okay, thank you. Let's have a look at your feedback. Or rather, it's possibly just an interview.
Yes, I had an interview with Cameron and Bolton, and then I took a statement.
Cousin of Rufus Lorde.
Yes. It seems, unfortunately, my family's name made, unfortunately, rather an impact here.
That's one way of putting it. Summer's gang ain't about no more, but when they were.
The Summers gang. I'm sorry. I actually I didn't really know my cousin at all. In fact, he and I were we are the last remaining members of our family. So
Okay.
yes, I'm to understand that he passed, but I can't say I understand anything that he was up to here.
No, it was a long time ago now, so I wouldn't be panicking too much about it.
Right. Yes. I'm unfamiliar with my cousin and any gangs that he might have been affiliated with. Although I'm learning with each passing day that he was rather a menace.
Well, yeah, that's one way to put it. To each their own, I guess.
Yes. Well, I'm sorry for any.
I wouldn't be apologizing. It's not your fault.
Right. Yes.
Dude, okay, let's have a look.
It's so awkward, when you're like, "Oh yeah, your cousin who's a dick. I hate him," and you're like, "Oh, fuck."
Okay, you've had all your duties explained to you. Conflict rules, engagement, confidentiality. Wonderful.
Yes.
Okay, well, let's see what's happening.
Constantly awkward, yeah. But that's exactly why I made sure he was a lord.
Probably a prisoner transport going from Valentine.
It gives that extra just a little seasoning to the RP sometimes, I also can't remember who I was at. I met so many law officers. It was a complete dick. I attacked half of them. I don't know if this guy's got an aching hip because he took a bullet from Rufus at one point. There's so many different.
Okay, he says you never fired a gun before. Has that changed?
I've fired a weapon. I've never fired one at somebody. Was okay. I believe what. But I have some. I've attempted to familiarize myself as best as possible, so I have some understanding of how this thing works. Though I can't say I have much. Great experience.
You ever used a long arm, a repeater, or a rifle?
Not to any great extent. Just.
Do you have one?
I do not know. I currently have this. I believe it's a cattleman, and that would be my only firearm.
Don't need that back.
Right, yes. Oh, blimey, it's rather got a weight to it.
And it does. Okay, let's go.
Okay, let's go.
You got a horse, Cadet?
Yes, I've got a little thing over there I'll grab. What is this horse again? I forget what horse I bought. What is that one? It's a Kentucky Settler. I thought it was a Tennessee Walker.
And what do you think the most important tool in the arsenal of the St. Cross Sheriff's Department is?
But the most important tool, I would imagine, it would be their ability to reason.
That's an interesting answer.
Yes, I should hope that understanding, in many ways, would come quite useful. Is there a situation? Should I be aware?
Doing okay, Rich?
This fella here wants to hold us up from our wedding.
Hold you up. Husbands come and go, sir. The father hasn't talked to his daughter. He didn't give no blessings.
Lucien is 3 years younger, yeah.
I think you need to check your eyes, sir. They are very skewed.
Thank you, Pointer.
That's not a problem.
Hi Moon, thanks for the year. Appreciate you.
It's an interesting answer. It's not correct.
Right, yes.
Where are we now? Oh, I hear Bell Phonics. Let's go back to the office very quickly.
I wonder if it's a horse. I wonder what it could be. I can think of so many different answers to justify it. The badge. Oh my good god, why did it do that?
Just waiting yours.
It's probably a good thing that I keep clicking the wrong buttons every now and then to make him look like a complete rookie. I have to keep it's like being Clark Kent when you're Superman. Like purposefully making myself fuck shit up.
Shine run. We're gonna leave that for now. I want to get his training done.
Right, and I'm sorry, but a shine run is...
Someone is moving moonshine from one place to another.
Right.
Moonshine is distilled grain alcohol that's untaxed.
Right.
So it is illegal and quite often dangerous.
Yes, I can imagine, yes.
Okay, so the most important tool in the arsenal of the St. Cross Sheriff's Department.
I should, well,
Where are we now?
The train.
No? Well, you can't. No, yeah, I'll give you that. Where else?
The telegram office.
Telegram office. There we go.
Communication.
Communication. Wonderful. I would like you to send in a tip to the live tip line stating that 1+1 from Rhodes to Shady Bell.
1+1 from Rhodes to Shady Bell.
Yeah, put that in the top. And then in the body of the telegram, put your name and my name. That's Pointer. Say we're going to Shady Bell for shooting training.
Right. And just to be perfectly correct here, that's to the law tip line.
That's correct.
I've forgotten already. I'm panicking. This is terrifying. It's like being at school again. Alright. Law. Title. 1+1. Fuck, what did he say? Shady Bell? 1+1 Shady Bell? What did he say? I've forgotten. Oh, roads to Shady Bell. That was right. Roads to Shady Bell. Roads to Shady Bell. Sender. Cadet Lucien Lorde. Message. Senior Deputy. Pointer and Cadet Lorde are moving to Shady Bell for firearms training. Send. Okay. I rather hope I got that correctly.
Wonderful. So where's it going? Anyone explain formation riding to you yet?
I can't say they have, I'm afraid. This would be my first official, literal ride along.
It's not a problem. Most of the time, well, if there's just two of us, it's a little bit redundant left here. Most of the time, we're riding in formation. Formations tend to take the pattern of the person at the front and then pairs all the way back to, unless you've got one person left over, and there'll be a second person at the back. We refer to these formations by sort of numbers by row. So 1, 2, 1, 2, 2, 1, that sort of thing.
Right. And is it an understood thing or a thing that is set before the ride begins?
Tends to be fairly well understood, but at the same time, if you lead the formation, I would make sure you call out what formation you're expecting going left whenever you start it.
Right. I shall endeavour to learn each formation and fall into place.
Wonderful. Person at the front is responsible for the direction that everyone's taking. They call out the speed they want, the directions they go. Speeds tend to be pretty specifics like walk, trot, canter, gallop. Some people not so much the specifics, they'll just say faster or slower, something like that.
Right.
Usually if someone says picking it up, they mean do it for the gallop. We are riding information. We try to keep our horses about try not to tire them out too much. We'll run them from half of what we think they're worth in case we need to chase after someone at short notice.
And if one is to lose the formation or lose the group entirely, what is the conduct?
With yourself, you'll go back to a sheriff's office in your town, say in your safe town, send a tip in, telegram station, and see where you are. Most of us will make our way back to our offices if we get lost on them. But it shouldn't happen. People should be keeping an eye out to make sure everyone knows what he's worth.
Right. I've been attempting to familiarize myself with the routes and the land somewhat, but it's quite a lot to take in a short time.
It is. Cross is a big place. Okay, please wait here. He's crossing Sheriff's Department inside the building. Crossing Sheriff's Department. If anyone's inside the building, please.
Intern simulator, yeah, it's terrifying. I'm so brain dead as well. It's so hard for me to learn things now. My brain has been completely smoothed out by years of being not in school or having to really academically use my brain to like learn things. You know, like from a textbook, that kind of learning. Apart from, I think the only things that I ever learn are like TTRPG rules. If there's a new system or something, especially if I'm GMing like with the Star Wars one. But I can feel that like pure struggle of my brain just struggling to keep up with like the understanding academically that I'm used to as a, you know, because you just you're in school and you're 16 one day, and then suddenly you're 37. Should I take this picture off the screen, or is it useful? Is it better or worse? What I wish I'd done when I first joined the server was have my voice a bit higher pitched like I was younger, but it's too late.
Okay, the building is clear. Yeah.
Right.
Now, I want you to take some of those rounds. I want you to put them in your belt.
Right, yeah, yes.
And anytime you reload your gun today, I want you to reload from your belt.
Right.
Just get yourself used to that, okay?
Yes.
Now, you've done fine. A lot on force is going to have a little bit more kick than Kelvin. Lancaster repeater, some people call it a Winchester repeater. Model 1866. That's not right. 68? I can't remember. It's a Winchester repeater. Take it out, load it up.
Right, yeah, let's see here. So if I take the ammunition and I was to, and so that goes into here, I presume.
Notches around your waist there, that's it.
Right. Put it in there like that. And then I just chamber that one in there, like so. Right. Appears to be reloaded.
Okay. Okay, first things first, shoot the dynamite. Take one shot, see if you can hit it from the shoulder.
I'm sorry, the dynamite.
Yeah, shoot the dynamite.
All right, and the house is completely clear.
Yeah, I cleared the house.
Rightio. And the dynamite would be the barrel.
It's it, big red boxes of stuff over there. There's actually a little bit over there as well. We'll get to in a second.
Right. Yes. Just
gently squeeze the trigger.
Yes. And oh! Wow, that does have some kick to it.
Okay. Get used to that. Try again.
Right, and another shot here. So I adjust those slightly to the right. Oh my gosh! That was loud.
I can unfortunately still see some. I wonder if
well, alright, yes. Blimey.
Okay, and now the slightly smaller canister over to the left there.
The red box there.
That's it. It's in the top of the crate.
Right, yes. Okay, and that's got to be I aim down the iron sight there. Got to be about there. Well,
a little bit right.
Fire again.
Go for it.
Well,
a little bit high.
A little high. I shall just try and. Ow! Gosh, that is quite something. Blimey, that is really loud.
Okay, dynamite clear. Let's move around the side.
Right, yes.
We have a shooting range here. Have you reloaded your gun?
No, I shall endeavour to do so. So I suppose I have to pull this down and then go with that in there. There we go.
There we go. So we have sort of 3 different positions that we can fire a rifle from. There's from the hip, from the shoulder, and looking down the sights.
Right.
From the shoulder is the most common way we're going to be using a rifle. It's relatively accurate. It's a good trade-off between accuracy and rate of fire.
Right.
So what I want you to do, pull your rifle into your shoulder and put 12 rounds at that scarecrow down there.
12 rounds, and
I want
that's
you to
the
count off. Stop when you get to 12.
right. 12 into the dummy there. There's absolutely nobody in that shed behind the dummy, is there, for fear of missing? 12 rounds into the dummy. There's no one in the shed there, is there?
No, the hay bales behind it will stop there.
But, right, yes. Okay, well, here goes shot number 1. Well, that's a miss. Did they all have to be accurately placed, or 12 shots at the?
As best you can.
Okay. Here we go. Shot 2. Shot 3. Shot 4, right in the crutch. That's unfortunate for him. Shot 5. I have no idea where that went. Shot 6. Oh, there we go, straight through the heart. I should hope that I'm to blame for that. I believe that was it 7, or my shoulder hurts. And here comes another, and one more through his abdomen. Oh, another one straight through his heart. I should imagine that's gone. That one's gone through his shoulder. That one's under him. That one, I'm not sure, might have glanced him.
Click.
And click. That would be 12.
No, that would be more than 14.
Right, yes. I must admit, and I'm ashamed to say, it's not that I can't count that high, it's that I lost count due to just the intensity of firing this rifle. It's quite something compared to the pistol I've been attempting to familiarize myself with, and I rather very scarcely fired guns while back in the United Kingdom, and I should say my shoulder, well, if you pardon my language here, it bloody hurts.
Yeah, you're going to have a few new bruises in the morning, that's for sure.
Right, yes.
Okay, that's what we're here to do today, is to train you to think while you shoot. Counting shots is something that should happen automatically. The last thing we want is for that sound that happened at the end there, that click. That's the worst thing. That's the worst sound you can hear in a gunfight.
Yes.
So reload from your belt, and make sure you're topping your belt up with ammo as well. You fired 14 rounds there, so you're not going to have enough ammo in your belt. I need to top it up.
I see. Yes.
Yeah.
All right, that's that fully reloaded. I shall refill the gun belt here. One and two, the one in there, and there we go. Right, I'm reloaded.
Wonderful. Okay. Next, we're going to look down the sights. This is what we use for the most accurate fire we have.
Actually, I have no idea how to look down
this
the
is
sights.
when
I can't remember
you're
how to do
facing
it.
against an opponent that's in entrenched position, or you're behind some very solid cover, and you can afford your time. You can afford to take your time over your shots. Look right down those sights. You can line them up. Get a good shot off.
Right. Yeah. Well, that was
Right there.
very accurate indeed. Right.
So I want you to aim down the sights of your gun and put 10 rounds at the scarecrow there.
Right, yeah, here we go then. And I'm aiming down the sight, and I shall aim for the center of his chest. There's one. God, blimey. 2, 3, and 4. There's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and there's 10. Oh, my shoulder.
Excellent job keeping count there.
Right,
Reload
yes.
again.
I'll reload that up.
The last type of shooting we have is from the hip. This is where you just fire your rifle.
Blimey, yes.
It's a lot less accurate, but it's really good for suppressing fire, especially if you move between cover and you just want to put rounds downrange towards an enemy.
Right.
Very, very useful being able to shoot from the hip relatively accurately. Now, what I want you to do is put 10 rounds towards that dummy, firing from the hip as quickly as you can.
Blimey, yes. Well, right. Yes, I suppose I shall have to let loose then.
Make sure you brace your arm properly, otherwise that gun's gonna go flying out of it.
Right. Well, let's see for old Blighty then. And how many shots? I shall attempt to count. 10. Here we go. That's 10. Whew.
That was wonderful. Those were from the hip. Those were very good shots. They were accurate.
Yes.
Counted well.
Right.
Got them
Yes.
off in a good speed.
Starting to get the hang of it a little. Can't say I was honestly really attempting to aim. Just sort of trying to hold the thing steady more than anything.
Yeah.
Nailed
You're
it.
shooting from
Gotta be Clark Kent.
aiming down the sights of someone that's like, Dear Richard. It's really personal,
Right.
Whereas firing from the hip's more of a to whom it may concern.
Yes. I suppose a sort of last-ditch wild effort.
Okay, is your gun reloaded? Okay, you're doing that now.
There we go. And I'm
Let's
reloaded.
proceed around the back.
I forget how to hold my gun like that as well. Is it tab?
Let's have a look. We have a little
Holding
tiger
tab.
range set up here.
Oh,
Got a little
yes,
behind these barricades. Next thing I want you to learn how to do is, getting down behind cover, popping up and taking shots. Okay?
Right.
So what you're going to do is you're going to stand right where I'm standing. You're going to be crouched down. Every time you crouch down, I want you to reload.
Right.
And then you're going to pop up and you're going to fire the number of rounds that I say. You're just going to pick something on the roof, see if you can hit it. And then you're going to duck back down again and reload. Okay?
Right. Yes. Let's see here.
There we go. Doesn't have to be the same target every time. Just pick something to shoot at.
Right.
Cool.
Yes. And you're going to you're calling out or at my own leisure?
I'm going to call out a number. That's the number of rounds I want you to shoot at whatever it is. Look at that frog.
Right. Oh, well, yes. There we go.
Yep.
Was a
So
frog.
4.
4. Right. And
You stand up and you shoot.
And I stand and shoot 1, 2, 3, 4. And then get down and
Duck back
reload.
down, reload. 7.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and down and reload.
Wonderful. 3.
3, 1, oh, 2, 3, oh, and there we go.
10.
10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Good count. Reload. Next number is 3.
3. Yeah. 1, 2, 3.
7.
7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Wonderful. 6.
6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
2.
And 2. 1, 2. There we go.
Okay, next time I want you to hit the lantern at the very top in one shot.
Right. No pressure then.
Want to aim down the sights, you can't.
I shall endeavour to get used to firing over the shoulder, I think. I suspect it would be rather more useful. Right, I shall wait for you to call it.
1. Excellent shot. Look at that.
Oh, I hit it.
Perfect.
I thought I'd missed. It was almost like a delayed reaction. Look at that. Oh, jolly good.
Yeah, maybe hit the whatever was underneath it, but we'll count that. That's good. Okay, 3.
1, 2, 3.
13.
13. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and down. I should probably let you know I believe I'm down to 2 bullets.
Only 2. Yeah. Well, let's fire those last 2 off. 2.
I shall go for 1, 2. That's it. All out of
Yes, you're
ammo.
completely out. Okay. That's good. We'll call it there. Excellent first session. Well done.
Oh, rather thrilling, must say. While these
I think,
terrible machines of death, there is an element to it where it really does sort of get the heart racing. I can imagine that firing at targets like this is. I understand that it's training and work, but I can't help but say it's rather fun in a way.
you learn to appreciate firearms and make our job easier sometimes, make it harder at others. But
Yes.
everyone's got them, so we need them.
Oof. Blimey.
Shoulder's gonna hurt in the morning. Just, be aware.
Yes, I won't lie, it's hurting rather quite a lot now, though I stiff upper lip and all that, old chap, you know. Maybe that was too good. Should have Clark Kent more.
Okay, let's head back to Rhodes.
It's all coming back. All coming back to me. A lot of it is muscle memory for me as well. Like I literally, I just find myself clicking buttons and it does what I need it to do. If that makes sense, like my thumb just goes to like just then I held tab and he started walking along with it in his hand. Like I could, if you'd have asked me 3 days ago which button is it to do that, I wouldn't know. All of this has felt so weird to redo. I'm just like, oh yeah, I just clicked that button and that happened. Like fishing the other day, they've even changed the fishing mechanic a little bit, but I remembered it as if I had never left the server. But I must Clark Kent a little more, I think. I don't want to be too good at stuff too early. Literally like remembering a pin, yeah. My pin number is a pattern that my hand takes and not a code that I type in. I must say it's a beautiful country out here.
Yeah, it's got its nice spots.
Yes, when the moonlight strikes some of these open landscapes, it's really rather special.
Let's go left down the back road here. Where are we gonna go?
I almost feel like I should like crash into him or something, be like, oh man, bloody hell, but it will happen. It will happen because I'm still kind of trash. It'll happen at some point by mistake.
You're not answering me. Where are we going?
Oh, I'm sorry. Where are we going?
Yeah.
To the telegram station.
Wonderful. What are we gonna do?
Send a telegram to state that we've returned to Rhodes.
That's correct. 1+1 in Rhodes. And our
1+1.
names in the body.
Right. A good day. Post telegram. Cadet Lucien Lorde. Recipient. Law. 1+1. Inroads. Is that what he said? Senior deputy. Pointer. And Cadet Lucien Lorde. Inroads. I don't know. That'll do. Fucked it up. So there's no way of sending telegrams from the sheriff's station. Simply
No.
And only receiving telegrams via the law, not personal telegrams. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
That's pure non-Clark Kent shit. I don't know what else to call it, because I don't actually know any of the hard-coded law stuff. Genuinely didn't. I never knew, because I was like, why did they go all the way down to the telegram station? I just assumed they could send them from in here. Lucien's a good learner. Remember, Lucien's probably smarter than me. You know what I mean? And he's younger. He's still got that sponge brain. Romancing this deputy. He does have a nice voice.
Okay.
Yeah, it's hard with Clark Kenting. Because I want to show that he's capable, but not be obviously great.
Take a break from it. I'm just going to do some writing here.
Yes, no problem. Take your time. Oh, Wombax is a cadet as well. I can see him signed in on the cadet thing. That's cool. I didn't realize he was doing this at the same time. Love Wombax.
What made you want to be a lawman, Lucien?
When I was a younger man, a boy, I wanted to find some money for my parents and get a job. And in doing so, I wanted to do something that I thought would give back to the community rather than simply a job in which to solely earn money. So I looked into varying things around London. There was moments that piqued my interest with maybe moving into medicine or something of the like, but I found myself quite often interested in witnessing the local police force, the bobbies as we call them, helping people with simple tasks, helping them cross streets and giving directions, and just sort of being a comfortable presence in of safety for people who might have found the area to be rather frightening. And I simply hoped that perhaps I could provide the same sort of feeling and support. So I'd always quite endeavoured to do something along those lines, you know. Although I hadn't quite expected to find myself here, I rather expected to be part of the London Metropolitan Police. However, I happened to find myself here with very little to go home for. Unfortunately, my parents have passed and don't have any other family members. I sort of, well, admittedly, I was searching for that last family member, the aforementioned Mr. Rufus Lorde, that estranged cousin of mine. However, in searching for him, I find now that he is very likely passed on. And I found myself in conversation with Senior Deputy McGregor and Sheriff Hart. And they suggested that the department here is always looking for work, and it's a good place for a new start, you know, second chances and all that. So I signed up. I'm not sure if that was an interview question or casual talk, but perhaps
a little bit of both.
Would I perhaps be able to ask you the same?
Oh, it's what I'm good at.
Right.
I did bounty hunting for a long time. So before that, in the Sheriff's Department in Athens in Georgia. But it's the only work I've ever really known, and I am good at it.
Yes, well, that's a very good reason to do something. You find yourself good at it, might as well, you know, continue to do it and earn some wage in the process if you can, I suppose. That way, if you enjoy something or you're good at it, then...
No, I didn't say I enjoyed it.
Oh, right, yes, well, enjoyed or whether you're good at it, you know, I suppose is a good basis to find work, if nothing else.
Some people can pick up a violin and make beautiful music. And other people can take all grain, make bits of an animal, and craft beautiful meals. I'm good at killing people.
Right.
Everyone finds a niche in life.
Yes, I suppose that is one thing for it. Yes, I can't say I know whether I'm good or bad at killing. But I.
You've never fired a gun at someone. You ever killed someone?
No, I've never taken a life or.
Could you?
I would say that should a circumstance in which such a thing arose and was necessary, then yes. If it meant saving another life, or you know, or preventing a traumatic or dangerous occurrence, then certainly I should hope that I have the will to stop them.
Figure that out.
Well,
I don't
yes,
ask you because I care if someone can kill someone or not. I ask you because I need you. I need you to think about that. I need you to figure that out. Don't matter to me until we're down beside each other in a foxhole and shots are raining at us. You pop up and you've a shot at someone, and suddenly you realize, oh, I don't know if I can kill a man or not.
Yes, well, I shall hope that I'm able to cross that bridge in a way that ensures the safety of as many of the people involved as possible. You know, comrades or not even. If it's possible, I should hope that I wouldn't have to, but I I know all too well how dangerous people can be, and that there are certain people out there who understand nothing more than a bald fist, I suppose.
Well, I'm going to level with you, Lord. It's not a question of if, it's a question of when. You
Right.
pick up a badge to serve this crossing, or there's going to come a point where you're going to be faced with someone at the other end of a rifle.
Yes, well, I suppose that's what a lot of this training is preparing me for. But I understand that I may come across as a young, simply educated, perhaps. I'm viewed in one way, but I'm not afraid of rolling up my sleeves, and I'm not afraid of a fight. So I hope that extends to any moments of violence, that I'm able to keep a level head, and if necessary, I shall do what I must.
Wonderful.
Boom! Got it in there. I will
Okay,
do
I'm
what
going
I
to need that
must.
rifle back.
Oh right, yes, of course.
Nothing personal. I just don't want you getting caught with government issued equipment. And I take it you said you fired all those bullets, huh?
Yes, I have no.
Don't have any
no
left
bullets.
on you?
No. No, I only for the handgun that I have.
Okay, wonderful.
Rufio, the Dead End Kids. Yeah, this is his cousin. Melly, thank you for the subscription and the gift sub as well.
I think that is all I'm going to run through with you today. I unfortunately need to go to bed.
Yes, of course.
I am going to open this door and let you out. Unfortunately, I'm not sure where the folks are. I know there's someone in Valentine if you want to head over that way.
Right, yes. I shall go and see, and I must say it does often feel like I'm imposing myself. I understand that training is
Absolutely
training,
not.
I shall, yes, I shall
One
go
of the
and
most
see.
important jobs we have in the department is training up on your deputies and your cadets.
Right.
Well, I
yes.
would spend longer with you, but unfortunately I need to go put my head down.
No, yes, you must
That
go,
is
go
a
get your
going
rest.
through. Slow down through town. My goodness.
I'll think about it.
Yes. No, it's been rather invaluable. I thank you very much for the firearms training. I feel as though I got somewhat the hang of it, but I shall endeavour to continue to train. I'd rather be as accurate as I can.
Wonderful. Well, I will leave you here then.
Yes, thank you very much, and good to meet you.
Yeah, pleasure working with you, Lord. Hopefully I'll see you
Yes.
again.
Good night.
Take care.
I don't know if I should just call it there, or whether I should go and impose myself on some other sheriff. Could try and earn some money. I want to save up and get a horse. Well, that was fun. Got some firearms training in. What else did I do? Saw a bank robbery. Took a statement. Did my interview. Met Biz. As if Biz was the one that got fucking taken hostage as well. Yeah, I love that he was absolutely corpsing to death. Where did I used to throw the paper as tar? Was it in here? I feel like it was in here. I was trying to think of places that like no one's ever gonna walk and therefore like find it. Like, why would anyone ever walk in here? Apart from the fact that stream snipers that are watching right now are like, oh, I'll go and get it. If it's deep enough, it doesn't shine. You can't see it. Have a little drink. Because, like, that isn't there, but there isn't a way to, like... I need, like, a little cauldron or something to, like, burn things in. He doesn't really know all the shortcuts and stuff. This is the type of Clark Kent shit I have to do, where I have to, like, force myself to go all the way around the roads here. Because, like, Tar would just fucking bomb it over that hill. Do a straight line to Valentine. But Lucien can't do that. He follows the roads, and he's, you know, he's that kid that plays Mafia at the speed limits. So I, like, keep trying to do that. He's like, shoot the thing at the top, and I was like, I'll actually aim for it. And if I get it, then I'll just be like, it'll be one of those cool moments where you roll a natural 20 in D&D, but you're a brand new character, and they're like,
well, now's the time, son. Shoot your gun.
You roll a natural 20 and you're like, oh, fuck yeah, it feels so good. When your character rolls a natural 20, an important moment. And if he misses, then, you know, of course he missed. I thought I missed it, though. Like, I don't think I actually hit the lantern. And then it took like a second to disappear. That guy got a fucking mask on. That's terrifying. Is he an NPC? I'm about to be robbed. What have I got on me? $17. That book. I'm hiding that book. He can have all my other shit. Like a fishing rod. If he wants to steal that, he can. The book is now canonically wrong. The Tar Clover off Rhodes team is a good shot. Yeah, it was still. I think it was technically a miss. I hit the box underneath, but I'm still kind of happy I got it. Again, I want Lucien to be capable. I don't want him to be a superhero, or I don't want him to be like unbelievably amazing. But even me trying my best to shoot there and hitting it, I'm happy with that. Even though I'm pretty good at shooting in this. I was absolute shite by the time. But like by the time, even I played on Tar a lot, and I did a bit of hunting with Tar, but I couldn't shoot, I couldn't fight, I didn't know how to do any of that stuff, because you kind of just don't have any excuse to do it as a civ. Or as soon as you play a criminal for like a week, you become the best shooter, the best fighter. Like, everyone's fighting each other and everything. Do you remember like when I first started playing Rufus and everyone was fighting each other in Armadillo and shooting at the target ranges and shit? Let alone when I'd get into actual gunfights with other players. By the end of I played Rufio. I played Rufian. I played Rufus for like a lot of hours every day for a month. It was only about a month I think I played on him. I played on him like most of May into June, and he died in the beginning of June. Me and PB worked that out the other day, so I know roughly when it was. I played him a lot during that time, and that entire time he was just constantly in fights and shooting, and by the end of it I was like, whoa, I've actually gotten relatively good at this. And then I remember going back to Tar a little bit, and for some reason, Tar was now amazing at hunting. And I was like, it's so hard not to, like aim, because you spend so long, like, muscle memorying where the middle of the fucking screen is. Like, I know where it is. That it's almost, because it's not the same as like, if we were just playing Red Dead Online, you get a little white dot or a red dot or something, right? When you're shooting. so you can purposefully miss. But like the fact that you have to train yourself to almost like, you know, like in Daredevil where he trains him to blind fight, the stick or whatever he's called, teaches him to how to get used to fighting with no eyes. You basically have to do that on this server to get good at shooting. You're pretty much shooting blind at all times. So when you go back to playing a civilian, or like I'm doing right now even, just like trying to purposefully miss my shots, it's kind of hard to do. It's actually a lot harder than I thought it was going to be. I'm not really a crack shot or anything, but I kind of just know now. I don't even know how to explain that. I just know where the middle of the screen is. I'm pretty decent at shooting. And like I wasn't sure because when I first put this on, I reinstalled it the other week and I was like kind of nervous about my ability to remember the controls and stuff. But God, did I like figure it out quickly. It came back so quickly. And then I was like shooting and stuff the other night. Just like I went hunting, I just was like, I'm gonna try and familiarize myself with the guns again. So I was like shooting stuff and like nailing a lot of shots. There was a couple of points like I don't know, it's definitely not perfect. I think I definitely need to spend a bit more time shooting some stuff and getting used to it again to be accurate. It doesn't matter too much because you know, I don't want to be the lore character that, you know, is just fucking shooting people down. It means nothing to me in terms of actual gameplay and character stuff. I don't care if we win or lose. I really couldn't give a fuck. But there's still the part of me that is like, wow, I'm actually hitting these shots and stuff, which is kind of fun. Good afternoon.
Sir, how are you doing?
Yes, I'm doing quite well, thank you. My name is Cadet Lucien Lorde. I wonder if this is if anybody here is a deputy.
Just look for the clipboards. It's a good sign that you're standing in front of a deputy. But yeah, the three of us are deputies. Howdy, ma'am.
Right, yes.
Hello, I was wondering if you might be able to help me with something.
What exactly would that be, ma'am?
Well, I heard an interesting tale the other day about a swarm of bats besieging the city.
I have seen rats and dead horses, but bats.
Dead horses?
He's specifically talking about Saint Denis or the town of Valentine.
No, I do believe Saint Denis was the one. Yes, no. I heard an awful strange story about an entire swarm of bats just parading through the place. I was wondering if perhaps there were more such tales.
As far as bats go, I don't recall bats. A couple days back, come one, come all, I done killed about 15 snakes. So one after another, they're swarming the city from all sort of sides, I guess.
In Saint Denis? Snakes?
Yeah.
My. Now, what sort of snakes? Do you think you could recognize them, perhaps? Are they venomous?
Some of them were rattlers. Oh, yeah, they were venomous. I seen big old boas. So, they ain't as big as a man, but, you know, they get around your leg. You can't get them off. Say goodbye to that life.
Of course. No, that's deadly. Now, pray tell, which direction did the snakes come from?
Oh, well, I'll tell you what. They came from the, so you want to think about it. Maybe the... Oh, that's hard, dude.
What is happening?
I want to say near...
The haunting things? There have been like crazy hauntings on the
The
server.
dingy little pub, yes?
Yes, somewhere around that. Where they came from.
True, would you believe it? These current deputies haven't heard of a swarm of bats, but There was
I
a
got
swarm of
$3 off
snakes
the deputies.
in the city.
Snakes.
I asked him.
When?
Oh god, this must have been. What's the day? The 29th? It has to have been like 24th, 25th?
24th, 25th. There might still be some loose.
There may be. Perhaps we could get a sample.
Yes,
There,
perhaps
no,
we have to visit the
where did
theater.
the bodies go of all these snakes? Do you know where they might have been disposed of?
Oh, I couldn't tell you. I just kicked the shit out of them. Killed them,
Kicked
stomped them.
them?
Yeah, I mean, I kicked the shit out of them, stomped on their heads.
No,
I
any of them
guess-
killed cleanly, perhaps?
None. What do you consider clean?
Well, you know, maybe a simple bleeding out or something that preserves the integrity of the corpse.
I certainly didn't shoot one.
What about the integrity of the fangs? Because the research into anti-venom and such is quite lacking. The more you destroy the subjects,
yeah.
the less we have to work with. And Lord knows that the health department could use some anti-venom.
I have no idea what this character is.
I wasn't the only one killing snakes that day. But,
Fascinating. Do you have any names of the people who are also killing, out of curiosity?
that's a good question. I do
Perhaps
not.
they kept one as a trophy.
I'm afraid not. No.
Very well. So we've had bats and snakes. Are there any other strange plays you may have heard of?
Well, the only other thing I can recall besides the strange tales from everyone around the crossing, the only other thing I seen was the gators coming out of Caliga Hall all willy-nilly and whatnot. Everybody
Gators?
Yeah.
How many?
Oh god damn! It must have been like there had to have been at least 5. I don't know, 5 to 7 to 10. There was a lot.
Out of Caliga Hall? Are you sure?
Deadly. I saw them on 2 eyes. I was quite literally watching them come out.
My God.
Heavens, that must have been quite the sight.
It was terrible. Yeah.
And did they go in the direction of the city, or?
No, but they were close. If you know the slaughterhouse.
I do.
Yep. If you go there, you'll see a bridge next to Caliga Hall. Not the blue bridge that goes to Saint Denis, but there's another one that goes to behind the wall. If you look around there, you might find a gator or two. Who knows? But that's where they were coming out. That little area.
Oh, that is fascinating. Thank you so much for your time. I didn't think I quite got your name.
Frederick.
Mr. Frederick, a pleasure to meet you. My name's Dr. Browning.
Dr. Browning, pleasure. Well, I hope whatever I had said to you hopefully comes to some use. If not, then I'm sure you can find many stores around the crossing.
You've given us a lot to work with so far. Thank you, sir.
Of course, the 3 of you be well, and you all take care, all right?
Of course. And yourself.
Absolutely.
See you.
Good day.
The health department's going to benefit from this quite a bit.
Absolutely. It's fascinating.
An interesting.
There was a stench. Oh, Christ.
Yes, what was that?
I don't know. It almost made me bleed from my nose.
Is that something I should? I've been a cadet for quite literally about 3 hours. So is that part of the duties then to inform of
I've got no
oddities?
goddamn idea what the hell that was.
Right.
You have the strangest kind of people walk up to us every now and then asking questions that are literally so unlogical that you hardly have.
It's nothing criminal, but it's good to keep an eye out for.
Oh, right.
Their descriptions, or they speak mannerisms. In case it comes up again, and it is a crime, we know who we're going after. That's about all we can do there, but golly, my nose is getting ready to bleed here. Hold on.
Yeah, as an example for them, if you know, like, if they specifically look for some animals and for poison or something, If you find someone that has been poisoned, they might have experimented on them, just in theory, like things like that. So
Right.
whoever you
Yes.
talk about, you hear something strange, just keep it in the back of your head. You don't necessarily have to do paperwork on it, but it's always good to every now and then just go over files that you see, and if something like that comes up, it might be worth it to read up on the case and then maybe use knowledge you got from like maybe a week ago even to fill in some gaps, fill in
Right.
descriptions of what you've seen and stuff like that. So probably one of the most important things as a deputy to learn is being observant. So keep that in mind.
Yes. Yes. Thank you very much. Is there any protected wildlife or anything like that that we need to be aware of?
Indeed, there's a few animals that are protected. I don't think I have all of them on top of my head because that is really something that I like to leave to the rangers as they are the experts in the field. But in general, I can tell you that bisons are protected animals, beavers are, and moose.
Right.
I'm not too sure if I have others, but I think the list was a little bit longer from what I remember.
Yes, I've been endeavouring to go on a sort of ride along with some rangers and hear what they have to say to prepare myself for some of the oddities and the strangeness of the wildlife and the land itself. I need a survival course.
I mean, if you're new to the crossing, what I've been telling cadets over and over again in the past is that if you want knowledge, specifically if you want knowledge about certain regions that you're unfamiliar with or you don't feel confident navigating in the crossing, it's always a good idea to ask a ranger to, like, if he has some time, like maybe in a few days, and then just go around that area. Like, for example, never have been to Roanoke area, which is one of the more complicated areas to navigate in, and just get a tour, get some landmarks shown, some good places where people might be hiding, things like that. Most deputies are quite capable of navigating through these areas, but we usually only know, like general ways, not any secret areas or something like that. So rangers would be able to fill that gap that we might have when we are teaching.
Right, yes. I've been trying to familiarise myself as best as I can by myself without putting myself into danger, like riding all the way out too deep into the desert, things like that. I'll end up accidentally losing my way and simply dying of starvation. Not quite used to it yet.
Yeah, it's like big and small ventures, like I think what I found very useful is hunting every now and then, like venturing a little bit further out every time, discovering a few new areas. But yeah, at this point in time, I'm very familiar with most parts of the crossing, animal dens, which is something that you should familiarize yourself with if you have the time. Because every now and then there might not be rangers on duty, and if they are not, then if we have the time, take over some of their work, which is searching for injured people in the wilderness. So.
Oh right, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I rather think it would be a weakness of mine at this point, trying to find somebody lost in the wilderness. I imagine I'd end up just one of them lost as well.
It is perfectly fine, and no one will, like look at you in a strange way. If you're on a patrol, and as a cadet, you will be leading a lot of patrols, and you pull out a map, that is perfect fine. Like, you will use it less and less, but if you use it and you're honest about you're not being too sure about something, it helps us decide if we should take the lead or if we can, like, take it slow, give you the time that you need, and then we can go about how we're gonna proceed, So
Right,
if you feel
yes.
like you need to pull out a map, just do it, just say it, and then everything is alright. No one will fucking kill you for that.
Right, yes. Yes, I've tried to figure out. I think I know my way to and fro most of the larger towns, but I'm not sure if they're the fastest routes. I would imagine that learning the quickest routes between locations is also extremely useful.
Yeah, In some cases, even the fastest route is not the route that we take, because sometimes you maybe try to intercept someone on the way, so you take the normal route on purpose. There's a lot of situations, but that's something that will come with time. And as I said, there's so many rangers and deputies that know how everything works. Howdy, Sheriff.
Right.
How's everything going?
Good
Any
afternoon.
problems?
Train robbery earlier, but it's settled and taken care of.
Yeah.
Other than that, we're good.
I'm gonna get some breakfast and I'll be right with you.
Okay.
Okay. There's a train going on again, by the way. It's called the Boo Boo Train.
Boo Boo Train.
The Boo Boo Train.
I like it.
Because Bellatrix was the one sending that tip, I thought first it's like a train from the medics and they'd go around treat people.
I think it's like a...
It's a
Howdy
different
again?
Boo Boo Train.
yeah, different Boo Boo Train.
Hello there, Sheriff. I took your.
You want to come get some breakfast with me?
Sure. Yes, I'll follow you. Took your advice and filled out that paperwork.
How did it go?
Well, I had my interview earlier on, and I was accepted, so I'm officially a cadet as of a few hours ago.
Congratulations. Welcome to the program.
Yeah, thank you.
How's it going so far?
Rather well, I think. I've within minutes of being accepted, there was a bank robbery that I was present for, I suppose you could say.
And how did that make you feel?
Well, mostly I was honestly confused. I can't say I knew quite what was happening. Thank you very much.
No problem. It's vegetarian.
That's fine by me. Yes, I did my best to sort of take grasp of the situation, as it was an active situation at the time. But then afterwards, I took a statement from somebody who was taken hostage, and that was a learning experience immediately after finding myself in the program. And then yes, I was with a senior deputy Pointer. He took me for some firearms training.
He's a good man. I worked with Pointer a bunch. He worked at a strawberry with me.
Yes, I rather enjoyed his company, though I must say my shoulder does ache after the getting used to one of those long arms there.
Yeah, what we use in Lancaster?
Yes, I believe he said it was a Lancaster, or also known as a Winchester.
Wait until you get a shotgun or old action on you. They kick like a mule.
Right. Yes. Well, perhaps not tonight. My shoulder is I'd say barely in place. Though it was rather thrilling. I did quite take to it.
You gotta pay your dues in this department. Like on the cadet program, every night you should be going to bed hurting from somewhere, whether it's your brain or your body, if not both.
Right. Yes. Well, I suppose that's yes, a good monitor for a good day's work.
What did you notice? Did you listen to the negotiations on the bank robbery?
No. I was told to stay back while they went and did that. I think it was rather immediate for them, so it was probably better that I stay back a little bit.
Why do you think it was immediate? What do you think the stakes were? What do you think was on the line?
Oh, I mean, I think it took them quite by surprise, but from what I understand, taking a statement from the young man, they were rather violent. They struck him across the face with a pistol and tried to take all of his things. And yes, then they lured him in, and I'm not quite sure whether they made off with any items or anything from the bank, but yes, it all happened rather quickly. Yes.
It's a delicate balance between keeping everyone in town safe, making sure that hostage doesn't get a hole in the head, and
right,
just trying to keep control of a situation which can go south very, very quickly.
Yes. With so much on the line, the tension's rather high. It's probably quite difficult to also juggle a cadet in there as well.
Exactly. Well, listen, you'll have your chance. We got training based around bank robbery specifically, so you'll have some dummy runs to get used to things, as well as things like tactical training, house clearance, building clearance. Shit, there's a fucking lot for you to learn. I'm not gonna lie.
Right. Yes. Well, I shall endeavour to be as spongy as I can and to learn everything as I go. It's
What kind of
certainly a lot.
horse do you got at the moment?
I believe it's a. I'm not sure. It's a pony or something. It's rather a small thing. Might be a
shit.
a
That's
Tennessee
not, listen.
Walker or some sort.
All right. I can give you a loan, okay? If you make it through the program, you got stipends. You'll be able to buy yourself proper thoroughbred, able to keep up with the rigors of the job. But I can throw you a few bucks. You get yourself a horse just so you can keep up and get to where you need to go. Okay?
Right. Yes. Well. I shall appreciate that, but you needn't. I'm quite happy to.
Yeah, but the rest of the department dragging you along behind on a three-legged pony aren't gonna be happy. Come on.
Right. But I have a few dollars in the bank. I have up to I think about 700.
Listen, don't. You need to eat. You need to do things. Okay. I tell you what. Go into the stables. Have a look at what they got. See if there's any horses that stand out to you in particular. Come let me know and I'll take care of you. Okay.
Right. Well, yes. I appreciate that. Thank you very much, Sheriff. I should say as well that your words in particular registered with me the other day when you mentioned that it was a good place for a fresh start, and I really took that to heart and thought, took it to heart, but I thought about that quite a lot, and yes, I decided I took it sort of as a sign to sign up. So I have you personally to thank.
You don't need to start kissing my ass yet, okay?
Oh no,
But,
I shall endeavour to let you know if I'm to kiss your ass, but I rather think I'm simply being honest.
Listen, come on.
Seriously considering going back, but I've rather found that I quite like it here.
Finding your reason to be here and do what we do is probably the biggest piece of advice I can give to anyone that takes this job.
Yes.
We're gonna wake up, you're gonna hurt, you're gonna get shot at, you're gonna be sworn at. It doesn't have the glamour people think it does. But it is something this place needs. And without it, it's chaos, alright?
Well,
you're gonna stand on that line between good and people that do some fucking awful things.
Yes, well, I rather hope that that if I or even we as a group and a department are able to do anything to improve, somebody's life or many people's lives, then that should be reason enough for me, for now at least. I'm happy to take the bruised shoulder and maybe the bruised ego from a few harsh words, if it means we're all giving to the greater good.
Perfect. And in 6 months' time, when you've got a badge on your chest and there's a fresh-faced deputy standing where you are now, you'll look after them too, okay?
Absolutely, yes. I shall look forward to the day.
You're going to put holes in those slacks in 2 minutes. You might want to get something a bit stronger. I've got a
Right.
tailor in Sendony who can look after you too. Listen, pick out what you want. I'll be at the sheriff's office. I'll go to the bank when you found it. We'll work something out, all right?
All right. Thank you very much, Sheriff. Kind of already know, I think, what I want to get. So the options are the following: a Tennessee Walker, a Kentucky. We get another Kentucky Saddler. I like that. Lucien has fucking no idea. I think that might be one of his things. Like, he doesn't know much about horses. which is going to be a fucking nightmare for when they're like, what horse was the criminal on? And Lucien's going to be like, it has 4 legs. Meta, O'Kill. Yeah, don't worry about it. It's fine. Yeah, try not to be too meta, because I don't want too much information, because one of the things is that I will forget whether I know that information in character or not. So if I just don't know it, then I just don't know it, you know? And it's because otherwise then I'm like, I have to partition my brain between like whether I actually know information or not, which I kind of have to do anyway a lot of the time, but anyway. It's fine. Yeah, and thank you for the 15-month resub. I was like listening to the thing. So here I was like, so there obviously there's a couple that I don't want to get. I never got on Norfolk Roadster because McGregor and Sparks always had one. So I was like considering maybe the top end one of these, which I think is that one. Why does it have to be nighttime when I'm looking at these? Leah swears by the Foxtrot, and I'm pretty tempted to get it. I think this one is the one. It's fucking impossible. This is the worst. It's night time. Criollo is the other one, I think. The top bollock one of these. And I'm trying to remember. I think I'm trying to think of what horses I had before. Missed my Breton, Petunia. The whole time. I don't want a Turkoman because they're skittish. So for me, it's between the Foxtrotter, the Criollo, and the Roadster. But the Roadster, in terms of the colors that it comes in, just doesn't suit Lucien. Now, what the fuck are you talking about, Brad? Listen, Lucien's a classy boy, and honestly, he can't be seen on this. Can't be seen on it. Which rules it out. Which means we're down to the Missouri Foxtrotter, which, and I think the ones that... There's the one that is like grey with the fucking diamond on its head, which I think is this one. And it looks fucking incredible. He's gonna look good on top of that. But it's also 1,125, so he's gonna be like, Dad, I want to get a Foxtrotter. But his health isn't too bad. Criollo. Also doesn't come in the colors that we need for the boy. But really it just comes down to this. And if we can get it in... I wish that was like full black. But I think it's this one that's like very grey all over. 1,125, right? Let me write it down. $1,125. Is horse training a thing in Wild RP? There are fuck, what are they called? The horse trainers. Lark is one. She told me about the thoroughbreds and the Criollos, I think. On Tar last year, she gave me the lowdown on all the different horses. But yeah, there's no like mechanic on it, no. Oh, let me eat this dinner he gave me. Munch it, munch it, munch it, munch it. Delicious. Finally, some delicious fucking breakfast.
I'm not into euthanizing people, that's for sure. Okay, we gotta... Maybe we should go to this Rhodes one.
A farrier, yeah. Apologies.
No problem. You found something?
Yes, there's a rather nice looking foxtrotter, unless you suggest anything else.
Alright, come on. I got a foxtrotter myself.
Oh, well, there we go.
Oh, she's a motherfucker. She tries to kill me on the regular, but I got a special spot in my heart for her, so.
Yes, well, I can understand that.
You don't know a horse exorcist, do you, by any chance?
Can't say I do, I'm afraid. If I find one, I shall endeavour to bring them to you.
Alright, what's the damage?
He said $1,125. However, if it's too much, of course, I can find some money of my own and ensure that you're paid back for the.
Listen, we'll get to that bridge when we come to it. All right, I'm not a loan shark. I just want you ready and able to do the job we need you to do.
Yes, I appreciate that. Thank you very much, and I shall pay you back as soon as the stipend comes in.
All right. Listen, you get the horse. We probably need to go to Rhodes. So you up for testing it out?
Yes, I shall be as quick as possible.
All right, take your time.
Kind of want to run like a child, you know. Remember being in year 7 and all the kids would run everywhere. But is that his horse there? That's not his one, is it? Which horse did he ride in on? Kind of now don't want to get the exact same one as him, but also a little bit of me does want to get the exact same one as him because Lucien is in love with him. It was literally his words that sealed the deal for Lucien to become a member of the Sheriff's Department. Alright. It's got to be this one, hasn't it? It looks so good. With the diamond on its head. I remember that this was the one that Thingy had as well. Frankie and Dallas. Name your new horse. Blake. It's got to be a boy. Customize selected horse. Now I can't see shit though. Need the sun to come in. Main style. Short. We get it to be like black. Black hair. Yes. Alright, tail style. Is the shortest one. That one? No. That one. That black. I'm going to write out every. It's going to look completely different, isn't it? That black or brown? Kind of looks brown, doesn't it? That's pretty black. Okay. What's going on with the reins? Alright. Saddle. So incredibly important. I mean, I'm going to make absolute bank because law make bank on this, don't they? If we can get everything to just be black. Basically. Lucien's style is just black and white. That's like too black and white, isn't it? I also want to be quick because they want to do shit, don't they? And they're like, yeah, we're going to go and do something, but we're waiting for this fucking stupid cadet. Ruining everyone's life. Cadet, you're taking absolutely forever and we hate you. You're off the program. I'm sorry, Cadet, but you're off the program. Goodbye. Thank you for signing up, but this was absolutely annoying. Give me the money back right now or you're dead. Give me the money back right now or you're dead. You piece of shit. Oak Hill. What's up, my friend? Thank you so much for subscribing. Buddy old pal. Alright, saddlebags are the most important thing in the world, because if you don't have them, you are fucked. But I only want these ones in black. Perfect. Bedroll. Sure. Stirrups. Lucien's a simple boy. 'Cause I'm a simple kind of man. Which is customization. We can always change this later. Blake. Bam. Delete that one. Please be... No, actually I won't. Because just in case it's the wrong one. And I fuck up absolutely everything. Which way south? There. Oh my god. Yes. Now would you look at that? A real horse.
Hello there, good sir.
Hello. I was muted.
Oh, I never got my stipend actually, but I'm a deputy for over half a year at this point, so...
Never got a stop. Oh shit. That's a good looking horse.
Yes, look at this. This is Blake.
Like, that's a beautiful name.
Yes, technically your horse until I pay you back.
Listen, I own 3 horses right now because I just lent another cadet the money too. So listen, why don't you, not gonna learn to ride Blake sitting there, so go get a few laps and get used to it, spend a bit of time, maybe head out in the Heartlands, get a bit of speed up, see how he does.
I shall do absolutely that. Where is the Heartlands?
Okay, you see the telegram station there?
Right, yes.
Just head on beyond there. You can head to the east a little bit more if you want, maybe to the west. You got a whole green pastures for you to run in.
All right, I shall do that then, and I think after that I shall get my head down. Is there any sort of protocol for that? Do I just simply let somebody know, or?
No, you listen. You've let us know now, so we understand. What I would recommend you doing if you've worked with a bunch of people, especially if they're here now, you say, look, can you give me some feedback if you wouldn't mind, and that way make sure it's kept up to date. Deputies can get swept up and shit and forget about things, but if you telegram or ask them, they'll remember. Okay.
Right. Yes, I shall endeavour to do that. Most people who have trained me today have gone to bed themselves.
All right. Hopefully they've already done it, but maybe you see them a day or two's time. You remind them, okay?
Right. Yes, I shall do. And yeah, thank you again very much.
No, just stop, okay? Go ride Blake.
Right. I shall see you all when I see you then. Thank you very much, and have a good, wonderful rest of your day.
All right. You take it easy.
Have a good one.
Pulls out a gun and starts firing. Pow, 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 pow. All right, let's actually do it. Let's get used to this horse. Let's do what he said. Oh my god, it's already so much better than being on those crappy little fucking shit horses. The worst horses ever. All right, hold on. Lucien's gonna do this right. You know, if he's gonna do it, going in. Cadet Lucien Lorde is born officially. Bam! Missed. Is that even a bird on top of that? No. Alright, hold on. Ready for the quick draw? I'm gonna hit that top sign. Make sure no one's looking. The Lucian's not just a complete goody two shoes. Fuck. Gotta be about there. I didn't even aim. Yeah, boy! 4 shots. He's gonna get there eventually. He'd be the greatest fucking gunman in the West. That's it though, I think. Will this work? In theory. Yes. Here we go, Lucien Lorde. His cousin's dark name preceding him. Can he wash it clean? With good deeds and undo the damage to the Lorde name by being good guy Lucien Lorde. A really fun first day actually, really enjoyed that. I'm sorry the interview itself, I don't know what was happening with TeamSpeak. I literally have no idea. I tried so many different things and I had to restart it, but I couldn't restart it in the middle of the actual interview, which was easily the most important part of the whole stream, but of course it didn't work because hilarious. Because hilarious. Ready? Bam! Oh, nailed it! That was where I was aiming for. I still got it. I still got it, okay? Shut up. Boys still got it. You don't understand. Yeah. So the actual interview got absolutely obliterated. I'm sorry, it's annoying, but you know, whatever. But the rest of it was good, man. Went and did the took a statement. I'm so glad my first statement was from Biz. That's fucking cool. My friend Biz Cotto. Playing on his I don't know what that character is. I guess a criminal. And then yeah, met a few of the deputies. Got to do some firearms training, so now I can justify being able to shoot a gun. What is happening? Is this a fucking prisoner transport? No. Are they going to that thing? There's like an event happening at the Braithwaite Manor and I shouldn't have come here. Should have gone to Blackwater. I thought it was a prison transport, but I don't think it is. I think it's just a group of people going to the Braithwaite Manor for the event that's on. There's like a murder mystery thing happening or something like that. I'm a bit scared of like running into Edwin or someone and him being like, "Who are you?" And I'm like, "Oh, I'm Lucien Lorde," and he's like, "Okay, you're gonna kidnap you right now." Yeah, and then I got to like speak with Sheriff Hart, who was the one who kind of inspired Lucien to stay and gave him a couple of words of advice for it. So it meant that Lucien was like, you know what, maybe I'll stick around, maybe I'll just be a lawman out here, you know. I think from Lucien's perspective, London's pretty well policed, but like this is like the Wild West, and he sees a bunch of people and craziness, and he's like, I can help here. But also, I think one of his subconscious motivations is that he feels guilty for what Rufus did. He feels responsible for it and wants to undo the damage. We're staying in Rhodes. We're going to stay in Rhodes, I think. That's it. We're done. We're done for the evening. Just never say your last name, but I can't do that because Lucien wouldn't do that. You see what I mean? If someone asks him his name, he's going to tell him his name. That's his. You know, he's a good kid. Good kid. Good sesh, man. Had a really fun evening playing that. Really enjoyed getting to hang out on the Cadet. Again, I will probably stream a few of these sessions, so it might be that I'll do another one tomorrow night if I play on this character. But I won't always be streaming, so it's just going to be a sort of as and when thing if I want to do it. Let's raid into Yeka because she did my interview. This is Sheriff Bolton who did my interview, but she also used to play Tibbet, who I was like, all of my characters have interacted with Tibbet quite a lot, and it was fun to be able to see this other character she does because I've not ever seen her lore character. So we'll see, man. I'll be back tomorrow in the afternoon with some City Skylines at the usual time, and then I might do some more of this tomorrow night. And we'll just see how it goes. Bond's a good sheriff. Yeah, I like those like good, solid lore characters. It's what I want Lucien to be. You know, I think a lot of people are waiting for me to like have some like crazy turn where Lucien's like, and really I'm Rufus in a mask, you bastards. But you know, I want Lucien to be a genuinely good like lawman. But he's got to learn. So maybe Cadet Night 2 tomorrow, and we'll see how it goes. Thanks for watching, everyone. I'll see you guys later. Peace. Bye. Oh yeah, sponsored stream tomorrow. That's right. I'll see you tomorrow morning. We're playing a good game. We're playing a good game. Sponsored stream tomorrow morning. No City Skylines.